Welcome to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. This is a special meeting for January 8th, 2021. Supervisor Half, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you very much for that. So I'll look to the clerk to read our public participation procedures for this morning.
In order to protect public health and the safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581. To queue for verbal public comment will be open and closed individually for each agenda item listed below. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when the board clerk has read the item. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public, and at that time, your call will be taken in the orders received. The public comment time limit on each item is set for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. Option number 1 is our Tuolumne County website at www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/745/board-meetings. Option number 2 is through Access Tuolumne, www.accesstuolumne.org, and click Watch Live. Or you can watch on your television via Comcast Cable 8. Option number 3, Zoom webinar via your computer at https://zoom.us/j/987-3738-5155. Or you can call in at 1-669-900-9128 with the webinar ID 987-3738-5155. Important public notice under the Governor's Executive Order N2520. This meeting will allow members of the Board of Supervisors to participate by teleconference, and under Order N2920, accessibility requirements. If you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
Okay, thank you for that. We have Supervisor Kirk joining us from Zoom. Are you on with us, Supervisor Kirk?
Yep, I'm on with you guys. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so Clerk, would you please read our one and only appointment for today?
9 a.m. board member orientation presentations by multiple county departments, Health and Human Services Agency, Ag, Weights and Measures and Air Pollution Control, Public Works, Solid Waste, and Airports.
Okay, so we'll have multiple agencies speaking with us today, and for those of you that were participating yesterday, this is an orientation for new board members. And if those of you watching at home would like to comment or ask questions, I'll be checking with staff to see if there are any calls, and you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of each department as they come up. So go ahead and please feel free to participate as well. And so with that, I'll look to our illustrious HHSA director and to start us off.
Good morning, Chairman Campbell and members of the board, and Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services. Good morning. No. Okay. Good morning. Oh, man. Dang. Okay. All right, let's do that again. Good morning, Chairman Campbell, members of the board, Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. Thank you for this opportunity to share information and the excellent work and services that our Health and Human Services agency provides this community. During the next 3 hours, you will hear from all 4 of our Health and Human Services Agency departments. Each presentation will be filled with a lot of excellent information, but we believe the highlights of our presentation is sharing pictures of our amazing staff, because without them, nothing is possible. Your Health and Human Services Agency is comprised of 4 departments. Your largest department is Social Services, and we will kick off the presentation with Social Services, followed by Behavioral Health, then Ambulance, and concluding with Public Health. We are ending today's presentation with Public Health to ensure that they have ample time to share the great work that extends far beyond responding to COVID. Unfortunately, during the past year, many of our public health services have been sidelined, but staff are hopeful that soon they will be able to return to their regular work. They are very excited to share with your board and the community something else besides COVID. This is your Health and Human Services Administration team, which consists, as I say, the 3 amigos. I can truly say Steve and Wendy are my friends. Together, we bring 72 years of experience, although I've only served as director for 1 year, but I must say my first year needs to be counted in dog years since it coincided with COVID. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the room full of our Health and Human Services leaders sitting in your audience, because without their brilliant minds, hard work, unwavering dedication to this community, the vast scope of the Health and Human Services responsibilities would be impossible to achieve. The vastness of these responsibilities are highlighted in this pie chart that shows the Health and Human Services team manages approximately a $58 million budget. This accounts for almost 30% of the entire county's $204 million budget. HHSA also accounts for about 30% of the county's workforce. So let's start with the Department of Social Services. Again, as I mentioned, it's the largest HHSA department, so I will have a lot of help from our DSS leadership team to present our information. As of Monday, our community will be served by 112.5 full-time employees that includes social workers, fiscal staff, eligibility specialists, analysts, legal clerks, technology support, a variety of management and support staff positions. We have 1 personnel assistant, a fleet coordinator, and that's just to name a few. For many of the positions in DSS, it takes 1 to 3 years to adequately train and prepare staff for the complex and high liability work required of many DSS programs. In addition, many classifications require advanced education. Unfortunately, staff recruitment and retention is an ongoing challenge, which is problematic because all DSS programs, almost all DSS programs and activities are mandated by federal and state regulations. Each year, millions of dollars in public assistance benefits are issued to Tuolumne County residents, and they use those funds in Tuolumne County to meet their basic items of need, such as food, rent, utilities, childcare, and much more, which contributes to our local economy as well as contributes to the community's well-being. Our mission statement is short and to the point: to serve, aid, protect children and vulnerable adults in ways that encourage self-respect and foster independence for the preservation of safe and stable family life. As alluded in our mission statement, social services serves as a safety net for our community. Most of our programs can be categorized by family, adults, and children's services. Of course, the work is impossible without a strong administration team who serves as the backbone, such as our fiscal, our program integrity, and our general services units. Speaking of backbone, our support staff are the foundation of our department. They serve as support for almost 100 employees, as well as our patrons. They are the first you see when you walk through the door and the last when you leave our building. They are the warm voice you hear when you call our office. It is important to note, patrons who visit or call social services do so because they're in crisis due to lack of food or shelter or experience a medical situation that requires health coverage. During these crises, patrons are sometimes a little grouchy. Our support staff are the first contact when these situations occur, and your support staff handle these situations with grace, professionalism, and empathy, and I'm so proud of every one of them. I would like to draw your attention to a sample of the monthly tasks that are performed by 4 office assistants and 3 screeners. This mighty team serves almost 2,000 customers in our lobby every month, process over 4,000 pieces of mail every month, accepts over 500 applications for assistance every month. And again, these are just a few of the tasks that they perform. This is your mighty 7.
Good morning, Steve Boyack, Health and Human Services Agency. That's not my picture up there. As much as I would like to claim finance and budget, that's Wendy Hoffman Brady. Wendy Hoffman Brady is one of 2 assistants for the Health and Human Services Agency. She can't be here today. She oversees fiscal and budget. Now, on that first slide, you can see by bullet point what responsibilities her and her staff are directly responsible for. In addition to that, she is the oversight agent for each one of the budgets that is built and monitored and managed in each one of our departments. So that is her fiscal staff that helps her in social services. When we get to each one of the departments, we will show slides of the fiscal departments in each one of our departments that manage the same bullet point criteria that was shown on the slide before, plus assist with budget. All right, so social services funding. These are 1920 budget numbers, and the number in 1920 for social services was $22,552,000 in revenue that was received. Now, you can see the pie chart is broken up into state, federal, realignment, and other. So those are primary funding sources that come into social services to manage our programs every year. You will also note that our social services budget contains 2 cost centers. There is a administration cost center and a welfare and securities cost center. So we primarily pay for administration oversight out of one and placement costs such as foster care and adoption assistance out of the other. And I'll get to that here in a second. So realignment is comprised of both 91 and 2011 realignment, and it continuously poses a budget threat to the Health and Human Services Agency, because this isn't the only realigned department. Behavioral health and public health also receive realignment, and these realignment numbers and revenues that come into us are subject to fluctuations in our economy. They are based on a sales tax, and they're based on vehicle license fees, and those will fluctuate within the scope of economic conditions in California. And I will say at times, during my tenure at the Health and Human Services Agency, we have ran into situations where realignment was not coming to the agency as we had anticipated, and it has caused problems. It's been way back, 2008, 2009 era, but it can happen, so it's something that we pay real close attention to. So part of the realignment comes through our general fund, through pass-through, and it will go to both social services, behavioral health, and public health, like I stated before. And I want your board to know that currently, right now, our Health and Human Services Agency operates with no general fund contribution. And we pride ourselves on that. That's why we look at our budgets, develop our budgets, monitor our budgets, and maintain our budgets the way we do. We are looking at our budgets, if not weekly, monthly, and staying out in front of economic conditions that could have serious impacts on the agency. So what do our expenses look like? So for fiscal year 19-20, almost $23 million. And this is the, I'd just say, most of the costs are attributable to eligibility for administering Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and foster care. There is a non-DSS expense that includes salary and benefit costs that are coming into social services from other departments that are managed. For example, there's a piece of me that's in behavioral health, a piece of me that's in public health, and a piece of me in ambulance that comes back to social services because my salary and benefits are paid out of that cost center. Okay, that's the other. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about foster care and adoption assistance costs. There's a direct relationship between the size of our caseload, the particular case need, and the cost per case. So all three of those factors factor into how we manage our foster care and adoption assistance payments. Every year, the Social Services Department updates foster care and AAP rates with something called the California Necessity Index, or CNI. We just refer to it as CNI. It is an index that whereby we have to apply a rate, in most cases a rate increase, mind you, to the rates that are applied to foster care and adoption assistance. That rate this year, fiscal year 2021, was 3.72%. So that in itself poses some budget risk as well, because the Social Services Department is a department that responds to folks in crisis. And that could be adults in crisis, that could be children in crisis. And we make no mistake behind our ability to go out and do what we need to do to manage these crises. We don't know when these crises are going to happen. We respond to these crises. And as you can imagine, at any given point in time, our caseload fluctuates. More so maybe on the foster care side than the AAP side, but still it fluctuates. And the level of cost per case fluctuates. So this is another area of extreme risk to social services, because when we budget, we look at past trends and try to develop a feel for what we might anticipate coming up. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And in the case of high-level placements that we might experience at every given point in time, we may be outside of what we had anticipated the cost actually being. For example, foster care placements can range anywhere between $1,037 and $14,000 per month. And if we have a child that requires a group home level placement at $14,000 a month, and we haven't anticipated that, which is very difficult to anticipate, you can see the budget risk. We are obligated to pay what that cost is to help that child. On the AAP side, so adoptions assistance payments, the cost range from $554 to $3,787 in most cases. On occasion, we have an adoptions child that requires high-level placements, and that would again be at that $14,000 level. What you're going to hear from the rest of our staff today is our ability to recognize this budget risk, because there is a net cost on the welfare and security side that has to be balanced to pay for these costs. What you're going to hear from our staff is our understanding of that budget risk and how we're going to develop programming to manage that risk into the future. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Corey.
I love that segue. Thank you. Corey Allen, Deputy Director. Good morning. Chairman of the board, members of the board. Good to see you again.
I just wanted to give an opportunity. Were there any questions about the financial side of HHSA? It is a very large part of our county's budget, and yet it is not something that we have a whole lot of say over where the money goes. It's allocated to us through state and federal dollars, and so I just was wanting to see if there was any clarification needed there. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, as I said, Corey Allen here. I'm a Deputy Director, and the responsibilities that I have are within the adults programs. So we refer to that sometimes as the adult system of care, and that is often considered as a more integrated system that provides a network of support. You can see in front of you today some of the two agency managers, two of our newer agency managers that are an incredible support within that program. Aaron and Nicole, they oversee 19 permanent positions and a plethora of relief staff to help meet the needs of the full range of adults, from young adult all the way through to the aging elderly population. Social work in this area is complex. It takes at least 1 year to accomplish training in any one of those areas. Thank you. The adult programs that you see in front of you, most or almost all of them are mandated. We do provide elder and dependent abuse investigations and case management through our APS or Adult Protective Services program. We provide public guardian or conservatorship support, public administrator, where we administer a decedent's affairs, in-home supportive services, in-home support to those needing specific supports in their home, welfare to work, providing case management support for individuals receiving CalWORKs benefits. We further our mission through grant writing and have successfully increased our housing support programs over the last several years. As you can see, housing grants, we currently have 4, totaling $500 and almost $15,000. Some of this, over the last year, you can see, supported the current pandemic to ensure housing supports for those impacted by the spread of COVID-19. The adults team recently onboarded a public adoptions agency. This brought the adoption support services back to the local county. It was once served by the California Department of Social Services, which in turn returned funds back to our community. And it does address some of what Steve was just referencing, having to do with seeing the trends in those placement costs and identifying ways where we can locally provide supports to adoptive families and adoptive children. We are adaptive. We meet the community's needs as they change. This includes providing COVID case management to individuals who are quarantining or under isolation if they need any support. And we do have a team within our adult services unit managing that. And we do outreach during things such as our current pandemic, disasters, and rolling PSPS events, just to check up and confirm that our clients are doing well. The statistics that support what we do, just as a glimpse, I want you to see that within Adult Protective Services, we see 545 reports each year of abuse and neglect of elders or dependent adults. We have one worker, one social worker in that program, and we support with relief staff when needed. In-home supportive services, we see 250 referrals for services each year, and our workers are managing 241 of those cases each. We also manage the almost 400 providers that are going into the homes to provide this service. You may wonder what pressing matters your constituents will bring to you during your tenure. I can assure you one area has been and will continue to be in the area of supporting aging adults. It is always important to know that we accept those referrals through our department. Our staff will effectively assess the situation and they will evaluate the concern, remembering that the old adult always has the power to choose whether or not a social worker intervenes, whether or not they will accept support or even a home visit. So unless the adult's decision is legally restricted by a legal qualification for lacking capacity. And sometimes that's hard because sometimes we see and want something more than what an adult may want. Our Welfare to Work team, they have successfully supported adults in achieving self-sufficiency. They do that through additional support, such as housing supports. I wanted to highlight one program that in 1920 we served 27 people in achieving housing while also helping them achieve self-sufficiency through employment. That effort is in tandem with Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency. 11 of those 27 adults became gainfully employed, and one really important note is that 24 remained permanent in housing 6 months later. 14 exited CalWorks services and supports. Our success in 1819 was so significant they increased our allocation to continue that great work in 1920. We talked briefly about COVID-19 and the posed risks to our vulnerable adults that we've seen in the last 9 months. My team has received emergency funding to provide case management to those individuals. And this came during and after Project Roomkey. To date, 114 people were served, 21 were homeless at the time, food delivery was provided to 81, and emergency housing to 36. We continue to manage that moving forward. And as you can see, we welcomed 220 adoptive families on January 1st, along with 33 cases on the path toward adoption. We have 79 resource families who are approved and ready to provide care to your local foster youth, with many more in the queue. And I'll round out with some goals. I first want to say that our key goal is integration. We want to have an integrated team that prioritizes team member accountability, where decisions and steps to serve a client are seen as everyone's responsibility on that team, with the client in the center of those decisions. The outcome we anticipate would be a timely and meaningful response. For adoptions, to reduce high-level placements through supportive engagement with your resource and adoptive families early and often. And with that, I want to thank the team that stands through and does this work, and welcome Michelle Clark.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Clark. I am a Deputy Director with the Health and Human Services Agency assigned to our children's program, Child Welfare Services. And this is, if you can see them, our leadership team. Mitchie Anderson was just recently promoted to our program manager. So we currently have a vacant position, but you can see those are our supervisors. But before I kind of get into what Child Welfare Services does, I think it is important to message to your board that Child Welfare Services really does serve the entire family for positive outcomes for children and parents. Child Welfare Services has really evolved from a power over approach to really a power with approach for our families. So I'd like to just kind of go through a set of core values before we move on for what we practice every day, consistent with a statewide practice model. So we believe in using prevention and early intervention to help keep children and youth safe from abuse and neglect. and that the best way to support families is to honor their experiences and work to build partnerships based on mutual respect and trust. We believe children and youth and young adults need lifelong, loving, permanent families and connections to family members, communities, and their tribes. We believe that children, youth, and young adults should have access to effective services that support their overall well-being and to help them achieve their fullest potential. We believe that honestly sharing our assessments of strengths and concerns is the best way to engage with families and build those connections. We believe in listening to families to learn about their culture and community, and that families really can grow and change. And we also believe in helping families connect with effective, family-focused, strength-based services and supports. So Child Welfare Services is mandated to investigate reports of child abuse and to initiate intervention when there are safety threats that cannot be mitigated. Our team, this is part of our wonderful team, they work with families to make decisions, very complex decisions, on whether court or voluntary intervention is necessary. We try and strive for the least restrictive level of intervention, but often most of our involvement entails drug addiction, making that very difficult. So our first priority is obviously safety for children and whether or not it can be created with the family. So if immediate safety cannot be created, then typically a child would then have to be removed and placed into protective custody. Placing a child into protective custody prompts juvenile court involvement, where our social workers are then required to provide evidence to support their decisions, and are required to prepare reports to the court and often required to testify. Our emergency response team typically carries these cases through the establishment of dependency and the initial services plan, at which time a case typically then transfers to ongoing case management, receiving reunification services or family maintenance services. Family maintenance services is a technical term, basically, where a child remains in the home with interventions, or where a child has transitioned back home with interventions. When a family is unable to reunify, the court maintains jurisdiction over the child, and then it's the Child Welfare Services' responsibility to provide the care and supervision. Our Child Welfare Services team consists of social workers that are assigned to various caseloads, to which the technical terms are family maintenance or emergency response, where you have our court workers and our investigators, and then also our family reunification, family maintenance, and permanent placement. Now, permanent placement occurs when reunification efforts were unsuccessful. So therefore, the court maintains jurisdiction, and the children continue to receive permanency planning, care, and supervision from our social worker team. Child Welfare Services also operates an emergency children's shelter. Now, this is not, it's an emergency resource family shelter. And this is not a mandated service. However, it has really provided our ability to provide short-term safe placement option to keep kids in county while we ensure proper screening and assessment, and then has also really helped with reducing placement disruptions and placement matching. So, really giving our RFA team the ability to assess appropriate relatives for potential placement. So we have really appreciated having that model in our county. Also, in 2017, we opened a family visitation center. Again, not a mandated service. However, visitation is one of the strongest indicators of family reunification, and therefore we did this with the intent to really enhance meaningful visits for families and also strengthen their relationship, and then hopefully build protective capacities within our parents, so to hopefully reduce recidivism. So we're still kind of seeing if that's working. It's kind of still early, I think, to tell, but it's really, really given our families a more natural environment to visit as they reunify. We also offer prevention services out of our visit center so that it's a little bit more separate from child welfare services. And as you can see, one on the slide is a grant-funded program. It's known as the Road to Resiliency program, which I'll mention a little bit later as well. And then we oversee a Cal OES grant. It's a victim services grant. It has really helped us enhance some of our services, really address some emergent needs of our victims, and then has also really helped us put some stuff in place to for staff retention, basically around the secondary stress and trauma that staff really experience. So we've been really appreciative of that grant. So these are the types of reports that Child Welfare Services is mandated to investigate: general and severe neglect, physical abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse, commercial sexual exploitation, which is definitely becoming more and more on the rise, and then we investigate child fatalities when suspected abuse or neglect has been involved. In 2020, we received 657 reports of child abuse, and 237 of those reports were investigated. Now, I do think it's important to note that during this pandemic, we have seen an approximate 40% decrease in child abuse reports, and that seems to be consistent across the state and probably nationwide. Child Welfare Services is regulated to provide case management activities, risk and safety assessments, ongoing service delivery, and placement matching for children until either one of three things happen. They reunify and stabilize, or an adoption or guardianship is finalized, or a child reaches the age of majority. So at the end of 2020, our child welfare team was providing services to 124 children, 46% approximately in permanent placement services, and 29% were still participating in reunification activities. We also were able to stabilize and reunify 38 families and offer permanency to 9 children through guardianship or adoption. So I've included this slide to really show you kind of the reality and of what social workers face as the nature of their work. And now this is just the tip of the iceberg. I obviously cannot show pictures of sexual abuse or emotional abuse or those kinds of things, but you can kind of get a picture of what they're seeing out there. And it really does have lasting impacts on the children, the families as a whole, and even the social workers doing the work. So what you see in the top picture is a parent or parents who are experiencing severe drug addiction and mental illness. It created a very unsafe living condition for the children, including a lack of water and lack of food. What you see in those bottom two pictures is physical abuse. In one of those pictures, the mother was struggling with addiction and the boyfriend was abusing her child. This family ultimately did not reunify, but he was adopted with his siblings with a relative. The other child received unexplained bruising, and we had to seek the opinion of a medical expert because we could not get to the bottom of it, who actually determined that it was non-accidental. This child was placed into protective custody, but ultimately reunified with his mother. So I add this because there are a lot of myths out there and a lot of rumors about child welfare services, and especially with the history of child welfare services. But I think that this was a good myth to try to squash with your board, that child welfare services doesn't do enough to intervene. So in fact, child welfare services investigates almost 40% of those reports we receive annually. In December 2020, we were protecting 105 kids, community children, in foster care. And 102 of those were actually placed in safe family home settings. 3 of which were in higher level of care, but still safe. But I think what you need to understand also is that prevention services really are key Often, child abuse reports don't rise to the level of legal criteria to actually go out and investigate. However, through prevention services, we are able to offer a little more flexibility where we're not conducting an investigation, but we are just really trying to get in there and offer some early intervention. Differential response is one of those programs that Child Welfare Services in York County has implemented. And really it allows us to go out with community partners and offer a more flexible alternative intervention, earlier intervention before problems start to escalate to abuse or neglect. And then the Road to Resiliency program, it provides in-home case management and navigation services for mothers who are pregnant and using drugs or who have an infant. And currently struggling with addiction. So approximately 10% of our referrals are typically diverted to differential response. And as you can see, approximately 92 community mothers received R2R this year. We also partner with Miwu Ya and the Infant Child Enrichment Services to provide the resiliency program. And so that gives, 3 different options in our county to provide services to pregnant mothers struggling with addiction.
Now, when you say you investigate 40%, you actually follow up on every report.
So we
could you explain that a little bit?
Absolutely. So we cannot legally go out unless it meets the criteria for an investigation. And so we actually put them through a screening process where we really look at whether or not they're going to rise to the level of those allegations I mentioned. So some of them may be cross-reported to law enforcement because they don't meet our criteria. They may just be evaluated out because they're not rising to that level. Or like I said, we then redirect it to one of those prevention programs. Does that make sense?
Yes, I was just trying to clarify that, 60%, it's not that you get a call and say, oh, thanks very much, and then hang up, and then nothing happens. Like
we document
100%.
everything, and they go through a pretty intensive screening process. We use standardized screening tools that have been provided by the state. It's a statewide screening to make the process very standardized. So yeah, we have a pretty in-depth process on how we screen referrals.
Yeah, thanks.
So moving into the future, your children's program really aims to integrate a comprehensive system of care that will really support, that no matter what door a family and a child enter, that they will receive quality services. So we plan to do that with a lot of our core agencies, including behavioral health, public health, the county schools, the regional centers, so our own department. So we're really excited, and we've been working a lot on that. We also intend to implement, in line with new mandates, a family urgent response system. This will provide 24 hours, 7 days a week in-person response to children, foster children, and or their caregivers, and former foster youth in crisis. To de-escalate the emergent situation going on. So we plan to do that, again, in partnership with our probation department and behavioral health team to build a mobile response team that will, can be deployed at any time. And this with the intention of really reducing placement disruptions, stabilizing their placements, and then also reducing the need for law enforcement involvement and hopefully a psychiatric hospitalization. So, and finally, we continue to implement strategies to improve our federal and state child and family outcomes measures as outlined in our 5-year system improvement plan. So that is all I have for you for today, and I would gladly like to welcome Lori Darby. Thank you.
I think we have some questions
Okay.
here, so this will start with Supervisor Half.
Thank you for that presentation. Just wanted to make a comment. As a former CWS social worker, mostly emergency response, and now a supervisor, when I was campaigning, I realized the similarities. I'll use polite language here. As a social worker, to the public many times, you're danged if you do and you're danged if you don't. And that is common with the board as well because of confidentiality matters. So I just want you to know that I've really appreciated hearing your whole outlay of the program, and there have been numerous new aspects that I'm very encouraged to hear about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Hi.
Hi.
Couple of questions as well as comments. I like what I heard about the emergency child shelter.
Yes.
So is that staffed just with your employees? How do you manage that?
So we actually contract with with approved resource families. So they act as our resource family living in an actual county-owned home.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that part of your budget, or is it grant funds that is doing this?
We have managed to include that as part of our budget, and then obviously when the children are placed in the home, they get the stipend, the monthly stipend for each child.
Okay, good. Very good. On the abuse reports, you said the trend was the number of reports was going down, and I know we heard at our Tuesday board meeting there was some discussion in similar area about battered women, because they were, captive in a household and maybe not out. Is that the similar situation going on with the children? They're not going to schools or other areas where they might be seen? Or?
Yeah, so it has been really scary. I'm gonna definitely be as honest as I possibly can. Typically, a lot of our children, get seen in school because it's really hard. Obviously, we can't force our entry. We work very closely with our law enforcement partners to try to get in there. But I had mentioned about a month ago, I think, to the board that one of the issues that we are seeing is that we are not really able to really get in there and provide those early intervention services that we would really like to be providing. Because, as you mentioned, the domestic violence, those kinds of things are on the rise, and typically law enforcement is then getting involved. And we're just seeing that things are much more imminent, and that children are probably going to be coming into care more often, and a lot of times by law enforcement. And we've been getting a lot of calls from law enforcement over the past year to have us, respond because they're placing children into custody.
Okay, and kind of I think in some jurisdictions they have this, but I don't know if we do or not. Do you have any law enforcement personnel within your areas at all?
We do not. However, because we are a very small county, we work very, very closely with our law enforcement officers. We also have extra just committees. We do have our forensic interview team where we work very closely with our investigators. So just because we have been able to build those partnerships and those connections with some of them, if we can't get a hold of somebody or something like that, then we always have a contact that we can get to very easily. They're very responsive.
Right. So a lot of different situations, very specialized care. Would it be beneficial to have somebody in law enforcement assigned because of that? Because they could, get intertwined more on a constant basis?
Well, one of the things, it's a very traumatic experience for children when law enforcement is coming with us and involved. So we really try not to involve them. Like I said, we really are trying to evolve from a more authoritative and really trying to build that trust and that respect with our families, and we do that from the get-go. So we really try to use our law enforcement officers as a last resort, but obviously we often need them for our own safety. So we really just try to assess every kind of situation just based on the needs of that family. And so I don't know. It's a tough question, but I think at this point, I like where child welfare is going. And I think that they're really starting to see that kind of involvement is a little more traumatic, especially for the children involved.
Okay, understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Am I live? There we go. We had some mic issues yesterday. I just had a quick follow-up on what Supervisor Goldenberg was saying. Is I think it'd be interesting and informative for future discussions, especially with everything happening with COVID, to get your opinion on whether this is more of a reporting or an incidence issue. So what types of these events are still happening, even if it's just what you suspect is happening. If a drop is actually probably an increase, but it's just getting underreported. That would be very useful for future conversations. And other than that, just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work you're doing. I'm especially excited about your program you were mentioning, going to the door of any office to have somebody get the courage to ask for help and to recognize there is a problem or they have a problem or a family member needs that. They should never go to the wrong office and have somebody say, sorry, you don't meet the requirement for this. You need to go back online and keep researching it. So I really love that they're always going to be able to direct it to the right resource. So.
Thank you so much. All right, I will go ahead and welcome Lori Darby. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please tell your staff how much the board appreciates the hard work that they do and how heartbreaking it can be sometimes. It's a very, very tough job, and we very much appreciate it.
Will do, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lori Darby for the Department of Social Services for the Public Assistance part. The Public Assistance Unit currently has 5 supervisors that oversee the eligibility programs along with 31 eligibility specialists. Currently have 3 vacancies also. 4 office assistants, 3 eligibility screeners, 1 service support assistant, and 5 relief staff that we depend heavily on. The Medi-Cal, yes please. The Medi-Cal and CalFresh programs have the largest populations, while the CalWorks program consists mainly of 75% children. The Medi-Cal Navigators program focuses on residents who are disabled, aged, homeless, limited English, or they're exiting the criminal justice system. While 41 state hearings were filed by clients who received a negative action that they did not agree with, 34 of those state hearings were withdrawn after an eligibility specialist met with the client and explained the regulations for that program, what the differences were, and then they would withdraw their thing. As it pertains to medical insurance, we are considered a no wrong door agency, which means that we are prepared and trained to help residents not only access government medical funded insurance programs, but also private insurance through Covered California, also known as the Affordable Care Act. CalWorks is a cash aid assistance program that serves as a safety net for families with children. The CalWorks program also assists homeless families with temporary and permanent housing assistance. During fiscal year 1920, CalWorks helped house 57 families. In January of 2020, the county welfare departments were issued guidance regarding additional CalFresh emergency allotments issued under the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. This increased the food benefits in response to COVID-19 and its effects on the economy. Emergency allotments were raised to each household's regular monthly CalFresh allotment to the maximum allowable allotment based on the household size. In January 21 through June of 2021, we will also see a 15% increase to the monthly allotment due to President Trump signing a COVID-19 relief package, which provides additional government funding and flexibilities for SNAP and CalFresh. This is going to provide a family of 4 an increase of $102 a month with a total monthly allotment of $782 in food assistance. This is a small portion of your eligibility staff. Many of them were on vacation when we were preparing this presentation. The eligibility specialists conduct same-day scheduled and telephone interviews. We average about 305 appointments per month for new applications and process a combined average of 508 semi-annual reports and redeterminations. In addition to our No Wrong Door agency, we work closely with local medical providers, in particular Adventist Health Sonora, to assist uninsured patients access medical insurance. Applying for these services primarily occur by mail or electronically. The information our applicants read and complete is sometimes very overwhelming, which is why we have dedicated 2 staff each day to help with phone calls and clients who just drop in without an appointment but need help with something. Thank you. Any questions?
Hi.
Hi.
One area I was kind of wondering about on the food assistance, I guess SNAP is being used in?
SNAP is the federal term for the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program.
Okay, so in this COVID world, you know, a lot of people are having delivery services.
Yes.
Bring them food. I was wondering, how do they handle that? I mean, normally they would go, is that a cash thing, SNAP, or do they have a card that they use?
It's an electronic benefits card. It works just like a debit card, and the CalWorks assistance is loaded onto it. Their Cal Fresh, which is the food program, is loaded onto it, and they just swipe it just like a debit card at the store.
So would a delivery person, you know, not the person that's receiving the benefit, but if they're providing the service, can they use that card to do the shopping for somebody, I guess is what I was wondering.
It's not recommended, no.
Yeah.
There is an opportunity for individuals that are unable to go to the store to assign an authorized representative to go and do the shopping. So there is that opportunity.
Okay,
yes.
good. You know, I just, you know, didn't want to see somebody hanging out there. Because
Right.
No.
Right, okay. The only other thing, you know, the comment, the No Wrong Door, I mean, you know, it's really good.
No Wrong Door.
You know, I mean, that people are going to get care. So that's a wonderful program. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will welcome Karen McGettigan.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Karen McGettigan. I'm the Deputy Director of your General and Administrative Services Unit, known affectionately in the agency as the GSU. So the briefest explanation for the services that we provide are that we provide the general services and infrastructure that all the other departments need to operate effectively. We perform the program integrity and quality assurance pieces for a system of checks and balances, and we are in the business of saving the agency money. What you are looking at on that graphic are the foundational values that we bring in our unit that we talk about probably ad nauseum if you ask our staff. Oversight of the GSU is provided by myself and agency manager Tu Yang. To be successful in our unit, we have discovered that it's really important to constantly be analyzing our processes, finding efficiencies, embracing available technology, really looking for ways to participate in continuous quality improvement cycles, and then also really developing and engaging our workforce, not only for effective succession planning, but also because as an internal services unit, it's we're in the position of when you provide that service really well, it's sort of thankless, but when you do something wrong, everybody notices. So it's really important that we are constantly developing and engaging our workforce so that they can feel a sense of purpose to something that's larger than their individual tasks. We find that that's really important to staff retention. So on that next slide, what you're looking at there is the scope of our purview, which is, as you can see, is quite large. Everything that is noted is either necessary to operate an organization or it is mandated by federal, state, or local ordinance code. I'll touch on just a few of them because I know that they are fairly self-explanatory, and then tell you about some of the exciting things that are coming up in 2021. So when you hear about the other departments and their work with the other county members, typically all of that work with outside entities is done under the auspices of a contract. The GSU manages 130 contracts for DSS alone, not including the leases that we also manage for the agency as a whole. We perform all the procurement and purchasing, competitive bidding for the agency to make sure that we're getting the best service or good at the lowest cost. We seek and apply for grants. We revise all the policies and procedures. Civil Rights Division 21 is a mandated state program to make sure that our clients are not discriminated against and that we have a system in place to respond to any investigations or allegations of a civil rights violation. Safety in this case, I want to highlight, it does encompass staff safety, so COVID compliance and cleaning, campus and building issues and safety threats, but it also involves client safety and continuity of services. So when there's wildfires or PSPS or any other disaster, we are responsible for making sure that clients can still access our food and medical benefits. A lot of our DSS programs or agency programs require field work, so we do have a vehicle fleet of 75 vehicles. And as Rebecca mentioned earlier, we do have a fleet coordinator who is assigned specifically to make sure that all of those vehicles are maintained. He also responds to breakdowns in the field, accidents, all of those sorts of things so that clients can still be transported. DSS Help Desk is a really important part of social services work. Pretty much every program within social services has its own database or state system that's required to track all of our activities. And every single one of those has its own need for updating, to query it, to pull reports for data and statistics, but also for employee metrics and program integrity functions. So we do have 2 DSS Help Desk staff within the General Services Unit. One is dedicated solely to public assistance, just because they are so large. And then on the right-hand side there, personnel and payroll, I definitely wanted to point out, we have 1 personnel assistant who is responsible for all of our recruitment, retention, selection, FMLA leaves, coordinating all of that with our county HR department. In 2020, she coordinated 12 recruitments for behavioral health, 46 for public health, and 51 in DSS for a combined total of 109 recruitments. Many of those are happening simultaneously. So that's an incredible volume of work for one person. I also wanted to talk briefly about welfare fraud because I mentioned that we are in the business of saving money. We do have a welfare fraud investigator that's housed in the GSU. She does receive referrals from the case workers working in public assistance programs, but she is also doing her own QA and also identifies referrals in that way. In a typical year, she refers between 250 and 300 of those referrals to the DA's office for further investigation and prosecution if warranted. So in 2019, she discovered over $235,000 in overpayments that were due to the county. In the year prior to that, it was $148,000, which is fairly significant. Because the clients can sometimes make a payment arrangement plan, we don't always recoup the same costs in the same year, but it is nice to have her identifying those and making sure that the money does come back. I think you can move to the next slide. Yeah, so the next slide, staff development. This is another mandated area for DSS, but this is also a really cool program that is coming with the federal Title IV-E program that the board just approved last month. So Title IV-E is a federal entitlement program, which is basically centered around providing safety and stability for foster youth. So any training, it has allowable costs that counties can spend, and one of those areas is for training. So for the Title IV-E will cover training for anyone who is serving that population of foster youth, which means that it's not just child welfare. It also means it's going to be behavioral health staff, public health staff, the public assistance staff who's working on the payments for the care of those foster youth, administrators of programs, law enforcement, schools, probation. All of those people will be eligible to attend training under this Title IV-E funding, which is really going to increase the quality of trainings that we provide, the amount of trainings that we provide. It's going to completely overhaul the staff development program as we know it now, and is going to do that while saving us between $55,000 and $75,000 every year in training costs. So we're very excited about the Title IV-E program that's coming this next year. I also wanted to talk about CQI for child welfare, which is a program that's kind of kicking into its next gear in 2021. So continuous quality improvement, or CQI, is program integrity, but it takes it further than just a quality assurance piece. It actually takes the stakeholders and everyone who is involved in the process to really analyze your data and your outcomes, hypothesize kind of what is happening, identifying patterns, and working as a team to identify different ways you can kind of test your theories about why things are happening the way that they're happening. So in child welfare, for example, it would be, we've noticed a pattern in people not reunifying as quickly if they don't, I'm making this up, but people not reunifying as quickly if they don't have transportation, or, that they came from a family that didn't have a lot of familiar supports. So you look at those things and you say, okay, well, what can we try for a very specific time frame to see if solving that problem will improve the outcomes overall. So it's a continuous improvement cycle where you're always looking for a new pattern and a new issue that you can solve. We issued our first newsletter at the end of last year, and we'll be having our first advisory committee specific to the CQI process for child welfare this spring. So very excited about that as well. Last but not least is Project Cheetah. So Project Cheetah was obviously in an integrated agency. For the ease of access of services to our clients, it would be best if we were co-located. And so we already have behavioral health located at a part of the former Tuolumne General Hospital, and the Child Welfare Visitation Center is also located on that same campus. Well, mostly the former hospital was empty. And so there were loose plans being kind of talked about who would move over, who would it make sense for all of us to occupy this building. It would be so great for us to be co-located. And then, as Corey mentioned, the adoptions program came back from the state to be managed locally, and suddenly we were going to be seeing 6 new staff members that literally wouldn't have a place to work unless somebody moved. So my unit, the General Services Unit, volunteered to be the first settlers at what we're calling the Cheetah Lair. And it's called Project Cheetah because while we were talking about these plans as though we had all the time in the world, when we knew adoptions came, we had about 3 weeks to pack up all of our things and make sure we had the infrastructure in place to relocate. So fastest moving land animal is the cheetah, hence Project Cheetah. So we are currently occupying part of the 3rd floor of the former hospital. What you're looking at there are pictures of some of the areas that we have redone to make it look like a legitimate workspace. We do have a lot of motivational posters up. We've made it work for us, and we're really happy over there, especially in light of the pandemic. There's only a few of us in that building, so it feels a lot safer and easier to clean. So what you see there are the lease payments. So if we stayed in the buildings that we currently occupy, that's how much we're spending. $15,000 a month for the building that houses public health and child welfare services, which is more than $180,000 per year. The main DSS campus is more expensive at $226,000 per year. That is funding that we could be reallocating to the programs who desperately need it rather than paying it in rent. So our next steps are to finish the HVAC on that 3rd floor and move over parts of child welfare. Public health is going to be occupying an entire floor as well to increase their ability to do COVID-related activities. The problem is that the third floor is the only one that you can really just move into right now, sort of plug and play. The other floors need significant remodeling, and I'm dependent upon our facilities staff to have the time and the resources to do that. So in 2021, I am expecting that child welfare, or at least a large portion of them, will be moved over. And then hopefully in 2022, we'll have public health. That was a lot of information. I speak really fast. I'm trying to get through this all less than my allocated time limit. Did you have any questions about anything I presented?
Great. Yeah. Question?
Hello.
Hello.
So how many vehicles in the fleet that you guys have?
I have one fleet coordinator, and there are 75 vehicles.
Okay, and who does the maintenance on those?
County Fleet Services performs all of the maintenance unless it's something they can't do. They can pretty much do everything except body work. With the amount of wear and tear that we put on our vehicles, it is just really critical that they're constantly on a rotated basis taken to Fleet Services and all the documentation is managed.
Exactly. So are they able to keep up with your needs? I mean, or is there something we can do to help if they're not?
Thank you. County Fleet Services has been amazing. We've been so happy with the service that we've received. Yes.
Okay, great. Great. Just didn't want to make sure you weren't lacking there. So
not at all.
You depend on those. Couple of comments. First of all, most people do not understand or appreciate administrative services. I mean, organizations do not run, with that. So the job that you guys do is what keeps everything running. So thank you so much, for that, and thank your staff too.
Thank you.
It's really important. The Title IV stuff, I'm excited to hear that. Training is super expensive, and so anything that we can use to redivert, dollars in other areas is always great. And go Cheetah, go! Reutilization, it's great. Thank you so much.
Come by and visit us sometime.
Other questions? Okay, yeah, and thanks very much. And I appreciated your comment that when things go right, no one notices, and when things go wrong, everybody notices. So I can certainly identify with that comment. So please thank all of your staff for the hard work that they do and convey our appreciation.
Thank you. I sure will.
Thank you. Who's speaking next? Okay.
Nope. I am on, okay. In closing, DSS is part of a system, not only a Health and Human Services system, but within a county system. To demonstrate our interconnection, we will share a scenario of all the departments and services that are called to action when a child has been subjected to abuse. This scenario is not a linear, but many of these activities happen simultaneously. So we're hoping that this is going to work for us. Usually, our child welfare social workers are the first responders to the reports of abuse. But during COVID, law enforcement have encountered child abuse while responding to maybe another call, such as domestic violence. And during that interaction, law enforcement finds a child who has suffered abuse and calls the social worker to place the child in protective custody. In situations where the child welfare social worker is a first responder, law enforcement makes himself available to accompany the social worker for safety reasons if that becomes necessary. Child Welfare Services investigates and assesses risk and safety, provides case management for the child and parents by connecting the parents to services. But when the child cannot safely remain home, juvenile court intervention occurs. County Counsel. When a juvenile court is the only means of safety, County Counsel represents the social worker. Through our Public Defender's Office, a conflict counselor is assigned to represent the parents. And the district attorney is assigned to represent the child. Resource Family Unit then is responsible to assess the caregiver and the caregiver's home to ensure it is an appropriate and safe place for the foster child. Since the goal is to reunify children with their parents, the Welfare to Work Unit then supports the parents by offering services such as job preparation services and, if appropriate, substance abuse treatment and housing support. Then our public assistance team, foster care, kicks in. This public assistance unit provides financial support for the child's caregiver to help meet the child's needs and also connects the parents to medical and food assistance programs. Then behavioral health becomes part of the puzzle. Behavioral health is a critical part of the child's road to recovery, since many children have experienced horrific trauma. Behavioral health also supports the parents who may be suffering from mental health and substance use disorders. Public health. Public health nurse assesses the child's social and emotional development and, if appropriate, monitors psychotropic medications. And then back to Karen's unit. The GSU serves as a quality assurance agent who reviews and assesses child welfare's response to the child and the family. This is the CQI program Karen just mentioned. So as you see, or as you heard, 10 different county entities were involved in this scenario, which is considered a standard, not a complex, but a standard example of what occurs when a child enters the foster care system. For this system to work, it must be a whole and it must be a strong system. When there is a lack of adequate staff, such as social workers, behavioral health clinicians, public health nurses, law enforcement, and any other entity in this system, the system breaks. The system also breaks if there is a lack of an integrated approach to serving our children. In this scenario, when the system breaks, it breaks our children. Thankfully, last month, your board approved a substantial Health and Human Services reorganization, and the future is bright. We will begin to repair our system. Fortunately, we have an exceptional group of employees who are passionate, devoted, and hardworking, and who have dedicated their careers to serving our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final questions or comments?
Yeah, Rebecca, I'd just like to say I've been watching the previous board meetings last year, and I need to commend you on your reorganization, allowing for greater flexibility and more efficiency in the social services. It's incredible, and I'm sure your staff is really appreciating what you bring to the table. I just want you to know I do too.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just have so much going on. You know, it's incredible. And, you know, the little demonstration that you just gave on 10 different things happening they're all touching. And so it's a feat to be able to bring that off. Communications is everything. And obviously you're doing a lot of that, and it's critical, and it pays so many dividends when you bring all that together. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, and what staff manages HHSA, I mean, I don't have to tell you, it's like a slightly smaller county within county government. I mean, you have your own departments and sub-departments and vehicle fleet and buildings, and it's so much to cover. And on top of that, the board demands that you do it without using any general fund money. And so it's very difficult, and I think you have an excellent team there, the best team we've probably ever had. and it shows. So, so thank you very much.
Thank you. So our next Health and Human Services Department is Behavioral Health.
Okay.
Michael,
I'm gonna let's take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Sorry to get you up out of your chairs.
Okay.
We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:32. Welcome back to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors special meeting. We're having a orientation meeting for supervisors, and I believe wonderful behavioral health is here to speak with us.
Hello. Oh. So yes, I'd like to introduce our leadership team from Behavioral Health, Michael Wilson, our director, and Dr. Brock Colby, our deputy director. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. Again, Michael Wilson, Behavioral Health Director, and
Brock Colby, Deputy Director.
And we're here to present on behalf of Behavioral Health and all of our wonderful staff there. And this will be a little bit different than the other departments to remind you that behavioral health is a health clinic, a medical clinic, and so our mission is very different and similar, but the regulations and some of our oversight differs greatly from the rest of the Health and Human Services Agency. An example of that would be Karen's great team. The GSU does support us a lot, but we have quite a bit that we take on independently as far as contracts, our compliance, fraud, abuse, and waste, and many other avenues that we must attend to, which are simply under different regulations and laws. Behavioral Health's mission statement, similar to the other departments, to provide respectful, culturally sensitive, and strength-based behavioral health services which provide wellness, self-sufficiency, and recovery from mental health and or substance use issues. Again, the history of behavioral health I presented to the board previously is behavioral health was established in the mid-60s to provide services to those previously served in the state mental hospital system. State hospitals lacked quality treatment, their cost was very high, and they had deficient outcomes, so the government took action to defund those and move services to the community. The unfortunate part of that, the funding did not follow to the community to provide for those dreamed of services. Locally here in Tuolumne County, from 83 to 96, INCI provided services, was contracted by the county. From 96 to 2008, was contracted with Kingsview Corporation. An important aspect of Kingsview is that we still have quite a few Kingsview staff that now work for behavioral health, and we are in contract with Kingsview and have a very good working relationship with them for our medication services and other services. In 2008, behavioral health became part of the county owned and operated, and all staff became county employees. Behavioral health became a Department of Health and Human Services Agency in 2010. And Brock, you can jump in at any time if you have anything. We have 63.9 full-time staff and numerous part-time staff. I think currently we have about 18 part-time staff. Everything from our clinicians that provide our therapy, rehab services, and case management, along with our behavioral health workers, which provide similar services. We have several psychiatrists, one in person, 1 day a week. We have a few licensed vocational nurses. Our substance use services are provided by our recovery counselors. Of course, our fiscal staff, senior accountant, and fiscal techs provide so much support when it comes to what we'll talk about in a bit about our audits and some of the risks we face with our cost reporting structure through the state. We have our medical records and office assistants, which are really truly in a way that we have many staff dealing directly with staff. Our front office staff meet and greet everyone and are hugely important and a big part of our team. Our transportation officers, in the same aspect, they're sitting in a car for quite some time with our clients when we are driving more, and are really key to our engagement with our clients as well and getting them to our offices. behavioral health is an integration of mental health and substance use disorders, even though we have slightly different regulatory guidance to follow between mental health and substance use, and as well as different fiscal structures to account for those, which causes issues. But the state and behavioral health following, we're trying to integrate more and more. We recently just took on our assessment process, really looking to getting into our services as easy as possible. So whether you need substance use or mental health services, you come in, you get a single assessment, we figure out what you need, and we offer services appropriately based on your need. Of course, most of our services, almost all of our services are voluntary, so they do have to agree to those services. As the state's local mental health plan, behavioral health must, at its most basic level, provide mental health services to its target or eligible population. And those are individuals with a serious mental illness, and we are a carve-out from the overall managed care arena. So there's the mild, moderate, and severe of the serious mentally ill, and we serve the severe. Bunch of risks to that. One of those risks, of course, is if the managed care plans, the health plans, do not provide appropriate services to their clients, they will fall and get into that severe category and become the responsibility of the counties. And our primary population are Medi-Cal beneficiaries. So again, we are a managed care plan as well as a mental health and substance use provider. We do provide crisis response to all of the county and any visitors. There's a picture of some of our staff. I won't go too much into the funding. Steve talked about that already. We receive realignment. We receive the Mental Health Services Act, which is that millionaire tax, so any income over $1 million. And we also bill for our services, federal financial participation. So there you can see our budget in rough numbers. An important aspect of this, if you were to compare Tuolumne County to the rest of the state, you would notice the federal financial participation is lower here in Tuolumne County, which, if you extrapolate, we have work to do, so we can increase that piece of the pie. The other pieces are going to remain the same, so we should be able to see an overall budget increase if we attend to our federal financial participation, or in other words, our billing. Some of our services, again, we're a medical and health clinic, and Brock?
Yeah. So we have our outpatient mental health services, which is our therapy, our case management, our rehabilitation under therapy, kind of like therapy services, and medication services. So the staff that Michael mentioned before, our contracted doctors, our nurses on site, our psychotherapists, and our case managers provide these services. Typically, a client may receive weekly or every 2 weeks therapy. They may receive case management to assist them to restore their functioning in the community. They may receive medication services. And along with these things for both adults and children, we tailor their treatment to what their direct needs are, what they need individually. And so all of our treatment planning is very individualized. And we have had to make some big changes with COVID. Currently in the purple tier, all our services are done by telephone or telehealth. And so that was kind of a big shift for our providers who are used to seeing people face to face and in person. We also provide a lot of services in the field. And so that's been part of, Michael's been working with our team to change where we're more responsive and going out in the field in the last year, and COVID just kind of accelerated that. And so it is I think it's a positive change in some ways, in that we are meeting people where they're at. And so telehealth in a rural area where transportation and access to services is always a problem can be a real positive. In addition to outpatient services, we manage clients in long-term placement facilities who are on LPS conservatorship. So we work closely with Public Guardian to provide case management and coordinate care for those people. And then our contracts, obviously, we're working with contracts within different facilities to provide a whole range of services depending on the severity of need for these clients. Triage and crisis interventions and assessments. We provide assessments to any Medi-Cal beneficiary who asks for it, and we also triage and do crisis interventions. So we provide crisis interventions to any person in the community regardless of their insurance status. So it's open to anyone who is in crisis. If someone is suicidal or is having another crisis in their life, they can receive a crisis intervention. But then, as we said, our ongoing services, our outpatient, is for Medi-Cal beneficiaries who are severely mentally ill. We also have 2 supportive housing that the board is in charge of, that we manage for people with mental health issues who need additional support to live in the community. For our, let's see, managed persons.
Am I going too fast?
You're going too fast. I lost my line of thought there. Let's see.
Generally covering our,
okay.
These are all of our services, and we'll go into the specifics of our services.
So I think I've talked about the crisis. We also do case management and rehab, and that is case management, an important function, especially for people with significant mental illnesses, in order to link them to appropriate resources in the community. So that's a big function of our teaching people how to become more self-sufficient and independent. Our 24-hour crisis is managed both with our clinic and with a contractor with Central Valley Suicide Prevention Hotline. We provide 7 days a week of in-person or at the hospital crisis services. And then we have an after-hours line from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. that also provides crisis services. We work closely with Adventist Health Hospital to provide 5150 or emergency psychiatric evaluations. Currently, this is statistics of the number of crisis episodes that we have seen annually for the last 3 years. The purple is the crisis episode, and then the hospitalizations are below.
One thing I'd like to highlight is our relationship with Adventist Health Sonora. They, in the past year, have taken over our placement efforts. When someone is in a crisis episode and needs hospitalization, they are seeking placement. And I would argue that no one is probably more motivated than the emergency department to find a bed for these individuals, and we back them up. So if there's a difficult place, everyone gets on board to call and look for a hospitalization. In these particular times with COVID, it is hugely important for us to find placement as soon as possible and free up those emergency department beds. One of the things about our crisis episodes, and the reason for presenting this, is it's a small trend up, and you would expect maybe a higher rate of these crises during the current pandemic, and our current fiscal year numbers doesn't show much greater of a trend either as far as people needing help. We do expect that the tsunami of trauma related to COVID will probably hit once the physical aspects of COVID are over. And Mental Health Services Act, again, that's the millionaire tax. There's a lot of funding that comes through there. It's all done through a stakeholder process. Community services and supports is the largest component of that, which provides a ton of stuff, including our full service partnership, help with our drop-in centers as well. PE&I provides many contracts to our community partners, providing much needed services. Innovations, we currently don't have an innovations plan, but are working on one. It's a chunk of money, and I will echo Rebecca's sentiment about retention and staff. And we haven't been able to fill all of our clinical positions yet, not even our program supervisors. So it's really kind of one of those, developing an innovation plans or finding other grants when we can't fill our current positions to provide our core services. Capital facilities and technology needs is a very small amount that's going away, as well as with our workforce and education, much smaller amounts. Again, the core of our services are the community services and supports.
And some of the staffing issues, that's nationwide, isn't it? Or statewide at least. It's kind of similar to like the nursing shortage.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's just difficult to find people with the skills that we need for some of those positions.
Yeah, the California Behavioral Health Directors Association, along with DHCS, the Department of Healthcare Services, has done some trending work on this, and it's really scary when you start looking at the number of psychiatrists that are getting trained and coming into the workforce, as well as licensed clinicians and others. The numbers are dwindling, and it's pretty scary because we're in competition with, among other things, the prisons and Adventist Health, the tribal clinics. It's tough out there to find adequate staffing, and that's why we really appreciate the staff we do have there. They work above and beyond. They have a huge heart for what they do, and they're really dedicated to some of the 6 individuals in the community. Yeah. Again, this is a coverage of our community services and supports program, our full service partnership, which is our most intense services for outpatient services, as well as our 2 drop-in centers, the Enrichment and Lambert Center. We have our supported housing, the 2 houses we have. We have benefits and resource specialists that helps people get directly connected to benefits and other resources in the community. And our crisis assessment team is partially funded by the Mental Health Services Act as well. These are the list of a lot of our contracts through PE&I. I would also make the point that this is just a small list of the contracts that behavioral health has. We have over 90 contracts in behavioral health alone, so this is just a smattering that's done through the Mental Health Services Act. Our adult services for substance use, we have outpatient drug-free, which is a couple of groups a week, to our intensive outpatient treatment, which is 3 groups a week for 3 hours a day, so it's much more intensive. We do have adult drug court and dependency drug court, a dual diagnosis. We do deferred entry of judgment, which is an educational course through the courts. We support the courts in that and probation. And we try to align our services in jail with our outpatient services for continuity of care there as well. And we have a couple of youth programs, adolescent youth treatment services, and our youth marijuana program.
Is mental health diversion included in adult services?
Mental health diversion is not a mandate for behavioral health, and it's non-funded. We are working with the courts when someone comes through that to see if we can provide service or help find services through the person's private insurance or other resources. Speaking of diversion, mental health diversion, there is also something coming up regarding assisted outpatient treatment, or what's known as Laura's Law. And so that has been passed by the state, and there'll be an option to opt out of that program, which will be my recommendation. I'll be presenting on that hopefully in February. So here's some of the budget risks. Again, state hospital. It's a huge monthly cost to put someone in the state hospital, over $19,000 a month for a single individual. We currently have 1 person placed in state hospital. I don't know, Brock, if you're more familiar with some of these statistics.
And then, again, the Mental Health Rehab Center is a locked facility specializing in high-level care, and placement costs range from $6,300 to $10,850 a month. With older adult treatment facilities, the ranges of cost maybe anywhere from $1,700 to $5,600 a month with what we're currently using. And supplemental boarding cares are a boarding care where they provide more than the state mandate, and they range from $900 to $3,800 a month. And so at any one point, we have anywhere from 16 to 20 people in these different facilities. And so this is a really big budget risk in terms of trying to manage this population, help them get better, and move them back out. But you can see the placement cost. One risk of someone in a state hospital is almost $20,000 a month. So that's quite a significant sum. And so we try to avoid that at all costs. And we've certainly been impacted by the more cases of high needs people from the forensic system, from the prisons and jails that have been discharged in the last 5 years. And so this does impact us. And so a lot of our treatment efforts are to do preventative programs and try to avoid where someone gets to the point that they're so ill that they need this level of care.
Yeah. We related to the criminal justice system, it is they must refer people to behavioral health if they are found incompetent to stand trial and are not restored to competency for trial. So that has increased across the state for both misdemeanor and felony incompetent stand trial cases. What the future does hold is innovations. We have money to spend. I've been talking, some of my staff have been talking with Kathy Parker, for the superintendent of schools, to kind of come up with a program to put some of our behavioral health clinicians within the schools and to partially fund some of our administrative overhead related to the children's system of care, which was talked about in a more global way with the Health and Human Services Agency. Drug Medi-Cal, we're completing certification on that. Our audits, 3 to 4 audits annually. New ones popped up this year, and with our launch into Drug Medi-Cal and changes to the state's performance plan with us, they're now auditing our substance abuse block grant, the federal block grant, as well as our Drug Medi-Cal operations. Staff recruitment and retention. Would love more attention on that from the board. Our community collaborations are pretty strong. We work well with the schools. We've voluntarily reached out to the schools and providing some services to the schools. We've increased our ability to work within the jails through our mental health block grant, a federal block grant. Housing and care options, inventory, that's a tough one too. The more inventory and the local resources we have directly can impact if we can bring people back from some of these more expensive placements outside of the county. And again, we're kind of wrapping up again with conservatorship, incompetence stand trial, and diversion being risked to people coming into our system that we cannot control. Well, any questions?
Thank you for your presentations today. I do have just one question about, well, actually I have two. But the first one is the Drug Medi-Cal program. I'm not familiar with that, and I'm just wondering very briefly when you get the certification, what is that?
We are already in contract with the state for Drug Medi-Cal, which means we're kind of a pass-through for other service providers. What we're currently working on is to be a provider ourselves. We are doing the treatment right now. We're just not billing the state for the Drug Medi-Cal portion until we get certified. So it allows us, there's 5 different programs that a Drug Medi-Cal, what's called a state plan county, must provide. And we are doing a few of those in-house, and that would be the drug-free and the intensive outpatient treatment, which are the core services. We also have to provide residential perinatal services, as well as be in contract with programs like Aegis to provide methadone and other narcotic replacement therapies.
So basically, this will allow another avenue for you to get paid for your services.
Correct.
Okay. Then in the past, I know that obtaining and retaining a psychiatrist has been an issue. From what I heard in your presentation, you have one in-person psychiatrist 1 day a week, and then I'm assuming that the other days you have a telehealth provider psychiatrist?
Correct. We have 32 hours a week of telehealth provided through Kingsview.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yes, thank you for the presentation as well. Michael, you mentioned, let me find it here, sorry. On the federal funding side, you said you felt that there was some room to perhaps get some increased funding. Can you just give a brief idea of what you're looking at or the challenges in trying to find that funding? Or is there a specific area that you're looking at? Or
It's related to our outpatient mental health services, and it is directly related to our staffing issues. So, we're down. We have a requirement, first off, to have a certain number of providers. The state has a formula. Network adequacy is what they call it, and we're at risk of not meeting that. And that could result in sanctions and withholdings. But the general with the federal financial participation is if we are fully staffed, it'll just be easier for us to be more productive and not kind of responding to crises, being kind of getting in front of the ball there. And in comparing ourselves to other counties in the state overall, our productivity or the amount we bill for the number of hours worked is low. So we need to continue to work on that, and that impacts our administrative team and our oversight and ability to kind of provide the reports, the data, and then the training and support and encouragement and morale to the staff to kind of meet those numbers.
Okay, so if you're successful, then this would be ongoing funding that we would be looking at versus one-time?
You know, it would be ongoing revenue.
Okay, good.
And we've worked with the union and the rest of the HSA administration to kind of develop our policies and procedures around what those targets are. And we have some policies in place and some structures coming up that will hopefully allow us to reach those targets.
Okay. The other, now, in this world of COVID, of course, you mentioned crisis intervention of roughly 1,000 per month and roughly 150 hospitalizations resulting. Of course, COVID has really changed our world in that area, and I know some of the state hospitals have been converted to taking COVID patients in some areas. I know Porterville development, I don't know about the others. So are you having difficulties in finding placement at this point? Or?
The answer is yes. It's one of our main concerns because even prior to COVID, it was a difficult thing. There's fewer beds available for both placements and psychiatric hospital beds in California. It's been going down steadily over the last 10 years. And then with COVID, now they have to quarantine all admissions. So it is a constant concern. We have some pretty good discharge planning staff and case management staff that help find placements, but it's a constant looking for those placements.
Can you give us a feel for placements within the county versus having to place outside of the county as well?
We currently lack the infrastructure in the county to do the placements, hence we have to use external placements in Modesto, Stockton, and other valley locations.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, Michael, Dr. Colby, thank you. Really appreciate you being here. Just a few questions I had, piggybacking again, as I'm often doing off Supervisor Goldenberg. With the federal fund increase, is there anything that the county can be able to do to help you pursue those funds? Specifically, us.
Yeah, we have to have the professional staff in place to do the billing.
And then you mentioned also, and I remember your presentation back when we had the slideshow wall for the MHSA funds and the different sub-funds of that. And couldn't you give a little bit more information on the size of the innovation fund, the scopes of that, and if you're accepting any type of ideas or proposals for that? You mentioned staff retention and training, I think specifically.
Well, I mentioned that as a threat to we could come up with the best innovation plan out there, and if we can't actually staff it, we're not going to draw down the money. The amount, I think, is roughly about $150,000 a year that comes through MHSA for innovations. I think we have about $700,000 right now saved through that, which some of that is at risk of reversion. But I have an innovation plan as well. With the help of the superintendent of schools, kind of pretty well fleshed out, and that we could launch. To answer your question about other ideas, though, it is a stakeholder process, so an innovation plan can come from anywhere, from anyone.
Okay. Would this be through the Behavioral Health Advisory Board potentially? Is that one of the spaces for that?
That is one of the spaces for that, and they're one of the bodies that needs to review it, for sure.
Excellent. Overall, since we've been having such a huge reliance on, I think, telecommuting, telemedicine, telehealth, that was something that I think even before COVID, a lot of people were talking about as, the future of medicine, or a way, as you mentioned, Dr. Colby, I believe, delivering health to rural communities especially. Now that COVID has kind of forced that to happen, and I'm sure there's been bumps along the way to try and implement it so quickly in such a crisis. Have you found that to be, irrespective if COVID was the reason we were doing it, an effective way to fill, for example, the psychiatrist vacancies, having like a flexible option for a telecommuting psychiatrist? Have you found the appointments with patients to be of equal value? And is this a tool that hopefully once we get our vaccine strategy here, that will be pursued into the future, or are you looking to return back to in-person mostly?
I appreciate those questions.
It's a long question, sorry.
No, yeah. I'll try to remember it all, but the silver lining to this whole thing has been telehealth and forcing more providers to embrace that and give that a try, and to make us far more aware of the regulations around what can be done either by telephone or by video conference. And it is allowable. There are some exceptions that have been made due to COVID, but generally I don't think we'll ever go back. And some people just respond better to a telephone call versus even telehealth with the camera. Others, like Zoom and platforms like that. So I truly hope that we sustain that. As far as our telepsychiatry, we've been doing that for years. So we knew the advantages of that, and we knew that it was essential for us to maintain our services since we didn't have local providers. And again, if we can keep all these options open, I guess the biggest thing would be to say if we can give our clients the option, if they don't want to spend the gas to get to our clinic, or if they're in Groveland, they don't want to drive to our clinic, why not make a phone call or do telehealth? And, Brock said one of my pushes is to get our staff out into the community as well, to sites where people go, to the schools being a prime example. But, it can also be done by the phone. We have to kind of listen to our consumers and meet them where they're at and how they'd like to be met. And safety. So, currently with the current tier we're in, some people would love to come into our office, and we're, it's like, unless there's a risk of decompensation or some type of crisis, we don't allow that, because we do have to attend to safety.
And then just one last really easy question is, you mentioned about the lack of local psychiatry intervention, being able to have a facility here in the county. I know that, that's a huge challenge. In any circumstance, whether it's pursuing grants or a public-private partnership, do you see that being something that realistically could be done in the next few years? Is that something that's worth exploring? Or is it working to have the facilities that, outside of the county?
Others in the room might be able to answer that question as well, but really I can't see how that could happen. I don't see how it's fiscally manageable. There's other complications with it as well, and I don't know of any potential grants or even talks about a direction the state is going which would allow that to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Brandon, you took the words out of my mouth. I mean, it's no secret. It's, the cost of inpatient mental health care is just exorbitant. I mean, 3 months of inpatient mental health care costs more than our average citizen makes in a year, just for 3 months of care. And I don't know what the answer is to that, and I'm sure other counties are grappling with that issue as we are. But if there's any way that the board can advocate or on your behalf or work with our state and federal partners to make some changes there, we really would look forward to that kind of communication and advice from you, because it's an extremely important thing. I mean, these are some of the most vulnerable people in our community, and we need to care for them. And it breaks my heart to have to send them out of county away from their support structures and their families and their friends, and we want to keep them as close to home as possible, but how I feel about behavioral health. I love you guys. I love everything you do. Probably some of the most caring people that you'll ever meet sign up for that kind of a career. It's definitely not a career that you get into to get rich. It's a career that you get into because you really care about your community and you care about people. So I really hope that you convey to your staff my appreciation and the appreciation of the board for everything that they do.
Thank you, and I will.
And while we've been talking, we're keeping track of community members that might want to call in, and we don't have any at the moment, but I'm going to look to our board clerk. Would you mind reading one more time our public participation, just the phone number, in case there is anybody watching the presentation that might like to ask a question or make a comment?
If anyone from the public would like to submit public comment on the topics discussed today, they can call 533-6581.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, our third Health and Human Services Agency department is ambulance. Our presenters will be Steve Boyack, our Health and Human Services Assistant Director, Katie Andrews, our EMS Coordinator, and John Andrews, our Manteca District General Manager.
Ready, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Boyack, Health and Human Services Agency. Your ambulance program. All right, well, I just want to do a brief overview about your ambulance program. Your ambulance program in Tuolumne County is an enterprise program. It's an enterprise fund. By way of enterprise, meaning that it is completely funded internally to its operation, except for two components that I will point out during the presentation. So it's primarily funded through reimbursements for those that utilize the program. It is a public, nonprofit partnership with Manteca District Ambulance, providing the day-to-day ambulance operations. The county maintains ownership and oversight of the infrastructure that is utilized day to day. That means we own the ambulance stations and we own the ambulances. And Manteca operates the program day to day. So with that, we'll get started here. John Andrews is going to provide a brief history of our ambulance program.
Good morning. I'm John Andrews. I'm the general manager for Manteca District Ambulance, which is Tuolumne County's contracted provider for the day-to-day operations of the ambulance in this county. A brief general history. A couple of years ago, there was no ambulance. Mortuaries provided the service, and that was a standard throughout the world. As it progressed and as emergency medical services grew, small providers started popping up, which we call the mom and pops. 1-2 ambulance services owned by, maybe the paramedic or the EMT that was actually responding to the call may actually own the company too. That progressed, and around 1985, there was several providers within the county, and it was found to not be sustainable with the number of providers, and so the county was approached for subsidy. And after that, it was found that it wasn't working and it couldn't continue. So the county went out to an RFP, and Manteca Ambulance was selected as the provider for the day-to-day services within the ambulance. And so we have maintained that contract with the county through multiple upgrades since 1987 continuously. Our last contract was in 2016. And here we are today. So we continue. And then from 1988 forward, we've also had the Groveland ambulance tax, which has been in existence then. And it's set to sunset in 2023, if I'm not mistaken.
Perfect. Thanks, John. So personnel on the, or I should say, personnel organization model on the county side is the next slide, and we just briefly wanted to go through what that looks like. Of course, your board will bring all policy issues and finance issues before your board. You approve our budget every year, along with the assistance of our county administrator's office. As you know, Rebecca is our director, and I've been given the opportunity. I've worked for the Health and Human Services Agency for 12 and a half years, and upon going to the agency was given the opportunity to assist with ambulance operations, so I've been doing so ever since. And I work directly with John and with Bill Caldera, who is the MDA Chief Administrative Officer, CEO. On contract issues and management issues. I also work directly with our EMS coordinator on policy issues that we have to maintain within our scope of operations. And on the other side, we work with Wendy Hoffman Brady for budget and other finance and claiming issues. So with that, John's going to speak to the Manteca organization.
Back and forth. Manteca District Ambulance, just a brief explanation of us. We are a nonprofit, 501c3 nonprofit corporation. We just entered our 70th year of operations. We are overseen by a board of directors, with Bill Caldera being the CEO, Chief Executive Officer. The org chart that you see is our entire company org chart. It's very basic. But the blue section is the portions of our org chart that fall within the County of Tuolumne, within our operations and our contract. My responsibilities as the general manager is the overall operations for our county, our company. And below that, we have an administrative supervisor that manages the day-to-day operations physically, with shift supervisors and then all the ambulances, all the personnel, all the staffing that come along with that, which we'll explain a little bit later. We also have a clinical services manager, which is our quality assurance, quality control, is Jen Mundy, who is a public health nurse, as well as a paramedic. And she provides our clinical coordination and review to make sure, and she coordinates with the county and the EMS agency to make sure that we're adhering to processes. And again, just as in the other presentation, we're constantly looking for trends and constantly looking for areas of improvement and review and reacting to whatever comes up and going forth from there.
Sorry, Katie. I should have all right. All right, so now we're going to start through a course of our budget and demystifying some of the numbers that I'm going to present to you. So we're going to utilize, for budget purposes, the adopted 2021 budget. You're seeing revenues and expense. So we're expecting to receive in revenue a little over 6.2 million, and we're going to expend a little bit more than 8.4. There is a difference there. That difference is made up and balanced against our starting fund balance. So I wanted to make sure that you're aware that we can't submit to the board an unbalanced budget. It is balanced that we provide for your board upon approval. So you can see the majority of our funding comes from institutional care fees. So we have a rate infrastructure that we charge against depending upon the level of transport provided. And we also have other revenue coming into the budget, primarily from the Groveland side. So the ambulance fund is made up of two cost centers. There is the Ambulance Enterprise Cost Center, and there is the Groveland Ambulance Cost Center. So the other revenue primarily comes in from Groveland in the form of a tax assessment for Groveland residents for improved properties at $90 a property. And the owners of unimproved property are currently not charged a fee. And that fee sunsets June 30, 2023. So we will be back before your board before then to get back on a ballot measure to again take to the Groveland folks to extend that assessment. It is critical to Groveland operations that that assessment is there. It provides the necessary funding oversight to maintain a 24/7 advanced life support ambulance system in Groveland. The other piece, we get a small portion from the City and County of San Francisco through the Essential Services contract. So on the expense side, I see the largest majority of the expense goes to our contract for day-to-day operations. We have other expenses such as dispatch expenses. We actually pay a portion of our budget to the sheriff's office for medical dispatching services. There's a portion for welfare administration, so a piece of me is in, I mentioned before, starting off with social services, that we do have administration spread across all departments, so there's a piece of me in there. There is EMS expense, so we pay for Katie, and our medical director, Dr. Kim Freeman, out of the ambulance fund as well. And other expenses, so we we purchase vehicles. We have other expenses such as medical supply expense, which is quite substantial. So there are other expenses that are applied to the ambulance. All right, now this is where it gets a little, I have to demystify some numbers you're going to see here. So this goes into what our payer mix looks like. And for an enterprise like this, we have 4 primary payers into the system. We have Medi-Cal, we have Medicare, we have private insurance, and then we have, or private pay, and then we have independent third-party insurance that pay into the system. They don't all pay into the system the same. And that's where the delicate balancing act comes into play. So you'll see in 1920, we billed out a little over 18 million, and we received almost 6 million. And that is because we bill out what the actual cost is for a service, but we do not receive what that actual cost is back in reimbursement from all 4 of those payer mixes. So I will get into that in a little bit more detail. For the last 5 years or so, you'll see that the percentage of payer mix outlined in these tables, about 80% of the transports we make, so about 62% of Medicare transports for Medicare eligible individuals, and about 18% of Medi-Cal transports, so a little over 80% of the transports we make do not pay for themselves. So we have to balance that 80% against the 20% that we can cost recover for. And that's where it gets a little bit complicated, because we know our payer mix constantly fluctuates, and we know we're getting older here in Tuolumne County, and as that payer mix fluctuates towards that Medicare portion, and that continues to increase without getting adequate reimbursement for Medicare services, we're going to be challenged, to say the least. That's where we go into the rate infrastructure, and along with your board's help and the help of the county administrator's office, to look at our rates, to adjust our rates accordingly to remain solvent. All right, so this slide goes into what rate increment increases look like since 1992. 123% sounds like a lot, but costs go up, and costs continue to go up in ambulance operations as well. We have not made a rate adjustment to the ambulance system since January of 2017. And we will be most likely looking to do so here in, prior to the beginning of fiscal year 2021-22. So I wanted to briefly explain a little bit more in graphic detail what our ambulance system looks like and how we balance the ambulance system. So what's before you is an ALS, so advanced life support scenario. Here in Sonora, it's about a 2-mile transport. The cost would be a little over $2,200. And if we were billing an independent third party, which would be for the total cost, we would bill the independent third party insurer would pay a portion, a substantial portion, $1,700.62, and the person that requested the transport would pay the other portion, and that would pay for 100% of that particular transport under this scenario. When you start looking at Medicare, Medi-Cal, or the 2 Medi-Cal transport situations that you're looking at right now that don't pay for themselves, in lies the challenge. So when we're making these transports, and we know the percentage of transports that we make in terms of about 80% of any combination of these 3, we have to balance against the independent third-party insurer or the private pay insurer to balance the system. And sometimes that's a challenge. Our average cost to put a key in the ignition and turn over an ambulance to respond to a transport request is $832. So those fall well below the 832. And so we need to balance back to that 832 utilizing other payer mixes that come into our system. Any questions there? Okay.
Hey, Steve, this is Supervisor Kirk. I do have a quick question.
Okay. Sure.
With the new administration coming in at a national level and possible big changes to healthcare system, do you see that being an issue with the fact that it sounds like the private insurance is kind of subsidizing all these other things? Do you see a potential issue with trends in the future?
Well, I do see issues with we may get to a point where you can only squeeze so much out of a turnip, in the sense that right now we have been successful in implementing rate increases against third-party insurances and haven't had to do much in the form of pushback from those insurance companies. But Supervisor, you bring up a valid point. There is going to be a point in time where that may not be effective any longer. I don't know, John, is there any challenges that you see on the horizon concerning that question?
And that is actually part of the problem, is as Steve's speaking to, the managed care, which makes up 80% of our call volume and our reimbursement, is items that we can't control. So all of these rates are set by agencies by regulation. And we have, other than going to these entities to request changes, it's federal and state regulation that sets those rates. So if something changes on the political landscape or with legislation or whatnot, it potentially can become better, but it also can potentially become worse. So, and it's a huge unknown based on the day of the week or the month or the mood on what law passes and what the reimbursement changes. So, arguably it could become better, but more than likely it's going to become worse. So, but it's an unknown.
I just wanted to point out, too, a couple other things on these bar graphs. And if you look under the Medicare, there's two forms of reimbursement. So right now, the primary form of reimbursement at $122 for Medicare. So if we weren't getting this extra $490, which I will explain to that, we would only be getting $122 for a $2,200 ride. That extra $490 on top of that is that the county is a recipient of something called Medicare Rural Reimbursement. Because we are rural in application here in Tuolumne County, we get a 22.6% increase right now in Medicare reimbursement. That is a congressional budget line item, and that reimbursement is scheduled to go away 2 years out from now. And so when I get to the end of the presentation and what the board can do and try to help us, that's going to be one of them. So there's going to be legislation before Congress in a couple of years to extend that rural rate of return. We need it extended. It can't go away. That would be a huge, huge revenue impact on the ambulance fund.
I have a quick, I'm sorry.
Sorry, David, I think Kathleen had a question there.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation so far. I have a couple of questions. One real easy one. I'm not familiar with GEMT. What is that?
Okay, so Supervisor, thank you for pointing that out. So GEMT, so when the Affordable Care Act came into place, we had a form of Medi-Cal application, and it was in the form of fee-for-service. Now that the ACA has come about, fee-for-service is transitioning to Medi-Cal managed care. While we were obtaining fee-for-service reimbursement, we were able to apply a state legislated enhancement called Ground Emergency Medical Transportation Enhancement for those Medi-Cal fee-for-service transports. Originally, going back about 8 years ago, it was an enhancement that we were relying on pretty steadily. That enhancement, now that folks are transitioning from fee-for-service to managed care, is slowly but surely transitioning. So you'll see that that yellow portion is now transitioning to that green 346 portion. So we're doing more and more Medi-Cal managed care transports today than we are fee-for-service. So that's what GEMT is.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And then getting back to earlier in your presentation, you were talking about the different contracts. The last main contract started in 2016. Is that a 10-year contract?
That is accurate. It is a 10-year contract.
Okay. And then the Groveland one expires in 2023. And then later on, you talked about proposing a ballot measure that would come presumably before 2026 or 2023. Is that correct?
All right. So the way this works, I was hoping. All right. So I've done some pre-planning with Debbie Batista, our audit controller, in our elections office to determine what next available election that we could target to extend that assessment that expires again on June 30th of 23. It looks like the next, or I should say, the one we want to target, the election we want to target, is going to be in June of 22. It's a whole year before the end of the assessment, but I don't know that there is an election scheduled in 2023 yet. So, so the way we go about this is that we put together a presentation that we take to the Groveland people and try to get as much public input as we can into why we want to take this item in the form of an election or a ballot measure to the Groveland people to maintain the assessment, which is about $360,000 or $70,000 to the Groveland Revenue Cost Center. So we will do that, and it's going to be about this time next year that we start that process. And there are deadlines that we have to bring before your board, or I should say ballot deadlines that we have to bring before your board long before an election in June. So there's going to be some activity about a year from now on that.
Okay, so final question. Will that include, or in your strategy, might it include the unimproved properties?
It could. Absolutely.
Okay. Just curious.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right, I know we're...
I think Supervisor Goldenberg had a question.
Sorry about that.
Back to the Medicare briefly, the Medicare Rural Fund. I know in some areas of federal government, what allowances they make on costs is determined by zip codes or other things. Is this rural fund, is it the same way nationwide, that 23% or whatever?
I believe that's accurate, Supervisor. It is taking into account the rural nature of our capability to make sure that we have infrastructure to respond in a timely fashion under a rural set of guidelines, which are much different than an urban set of guidelines. But still, nonetheless, that eligibility standard that you just described, I believe, is applied nationwide. Yeah.
Okay. And then looking at your chart, so I see the 490. Is the 490 that percentage? Are you looking at collecting a total of 612 on a Medicare patient?
Correct.
Which is still about 25% less than your cost.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Are we good on that piece? All right. Supervisor Brandon?
Supervisor Brandon? Yeah.
Just very quickly, I was wondering about how many employees are in the ambulance service?
Okay. I'll let John answer the MDA piece. There's 2 county employees, and I will get to that. They actually bill for service, and they are county employees. And there's how many Manteca employees?
Currently, there's going to be about 50 to 60. is our Tuolumne division. For our entire company, it's hovering right around 102. But there are employees, there are not county employees, and that's one of the misconceptions with a lot of the public, is that it says Tuolumne County Ambulance on the side of the vehicle, but we're not county employees. So if you'll notice on each one of our vehicles, there has to be a placard that identifies us as not being county employees. So it's right around 50 to 60 is our current division, and that's split up between paramedics and EMTs and also safety car drivers.
Okay, and I'm working on learning a little bit more about enterprise funds. So I was looking it up. I was wondering, one thing I was just trying to get at the size of it overall, and it was mentioning asset trends since about 2010. This is on, it looks like a 501c3 thing, that those were increasing. Have there been a lot of purchases in increasing, I think, the assets of the ambulance service?
So we haven't made any physical land or building purchases in a number of years. We do build into the budget to maintain infrastructure. We own the ambulances. Let you know, Supervisor, an ambulance is $175,000 a copy. That's the ambulance, 4-wheel drive. Most of the time they're diesel with the gurney system, and we have a gurney system that is a hydraulic type of gurney system to better enhance our ability to transport folks. So you're looking at $175,000 an ambulance, and we have been able to replace a number of ambulances over the last 5 to 6 year time period. We have one or two in the budget, one for sure in the budget this year that we haven't exercised yet that we're looking to do so.
Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to try to speed. We'll put Katie in a bad position. All right.
It's okay, talk fast. So the EMS agency's responsibility, the EMS agency is myself and Dr. Freeman, is to plan, implement, evaluate, and improve local EMS system, including pre-hospital services and relevant hospital services. I'm going to hit a few of these. Also to certify, accredit, authorize EMS personnel throughout the county, and that would be ambulance personnel as well as many first responders, nurses for PHI, and other entities. Also to designate trauma centers and other specialty care centers, which we look outside of the county to do. Thanks. So this is just a brief overview of our EMS system organization and how, from when a call comes into the 911 center, how it flows through that system. And I'm going to talk about each one of these.
What is decon P?
EPCRs.
I've never seen that. I've seen a lot of acronyms, but I've never seen that one.
EMS loves acronyms. So decon is decontamination, and then EPCRs is an electronic patient care record. And I have a slide to explain all of it. So the 911 and dispatch. Within Tuolumne County, when a citizen calls 911, that call is routed to a public safety answering point, or a PSAP. Our PSAP in Tuolumne County is through Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office, and the TCSO dispatchers there are trained to use EMD, Emergency Medical Dispatch Protocols. Those enhance the service provided by the PSAP for the call takers. It does so by allowing call takers to quickly narrow down the caller's type of medical or trauma situation so as to better dispatch emergency services and provide quality instructions to callers before help arrives. So once units are dispatched, they respond to a call for service, and on scene, the crews will assess to determine if other resources are needed and perform treatment. The photo on top shows a Lucas machine, which is a CPR device which provides quality CPR to patients. Based on a patient's condition and weather in the region, patients are transported either by air or ground, and destination decisions are made by the paramedic on scene following local transportation policies. They're transported normally or most often to Adventist Health Sonora. However, some patients in our
area require transport to a regional trauma center or STEMI center. So our regional trauma centers are Doctors Medical Center in Modesto, Memorial Medical Center in Modesto, and then UC Davis for pediatric trauma or for burn patients. And there's a little slide there for STEMI. A STEMI is an ST elevation myocardial infarction or a bad heart attack. So decon or decontamination. Crews after each call will clean and decontaminate the ambulance. With CARES funding this year, they were able to acquire the ambulance decon machine that you see there. So after each call, they'll clean the ambulances and then use this device, which takes 10 to 15 minutes, and it sprays a solution throughout the ambulance, hitting all the places that they may have missed. And then a patient care record is done after each call as well. With funding from CARES, Tuolumne County Ambulance was able to upgrade our patient care report system to ESO Solutions, which is a cloud-based system that submits data to the state on behalf of the EMS agency.
Okay. So quickly, our billing staff, Michelle Sliker and Jamie Carrillo, they reside out at Stryker Court, and they, but it's strategic from that standpoint. Ambulance operations, administration operations reside out at Stryker Court as well, so it's a good arrangement to have our billing folks out there.
And then quality assurance and quality improvement meetings are held every other month with members from Manteca District Ambulance, Jen Mundy that John had mentioned, Tuolumne County Emergency Medical Services Agency, and Adventist Health Sonora to ensure that our system is meeting industry standards, as well as continuously improving our EMS system. Training is also done by flight nurses, paramedics, emergency medical technicians, and emergency medical responders in Tuolumne County. And we try to do MCI trainings with all those groups to build working relationships. This slide shows the different stations located throughout Tuolumne County. So there's a station in Sonora, which houses 2 ALS ambulances 24/7, and they're responsible for Sonora, Columbia, all the way down to the end of the double lanes near Knights Ferry and parts of Don Pedro. The Groveland ambulance, which covers all of Groveland, into Yosemite, over to Cherry Lake, and also down to Don Pedro, is a 24/7 paramedic staffed ambulance. Station 20 up in Mono Vista covers all the way over to Mono County, up to Kennedy Meadows, all of Twain Harte. And that is also 1 paramedic staffed ambulance. And then Station 11 in East Sonora at Stryker Court has 1 paramedic ambulance 24/7 and 1 paramedic ambulance staffed 120 hours per week. And then there are reserve backup ambulances used for special events such as football games, the Motherlode Roundup, Black Oak Casino Concert Series, and many other events within the county.
It's not working?
Oh, it did. So as you can see, there are 11 advanced life support equipped ambulances, 2 safety cars for the transport of psychiatric patients, and 1 Ford Explorer that has an ALS paramedic.
All right, ready? Yep. All right.
Now I get to talk about the volume. This slide just represents our call volume from 2009 until 2020. It generally goes up every once in a while. Every year you'll get a little bit of a dip, but the trend is up. I would like to highlight 2016 as a very low dip. That is an error. there were more calls than that run, but that was the transition period to a state reporting system within our PCR software. So grabbing and pulling that data, it made it complicated for that section. So the call volume for 2016 is actually higher than that. You go ahead, Steve. The next slide just highlights the general response, the number of responses per year per station. So this doesn't represent, it represents, so Station 10 is in Sonora. That's down by the fairgrounds. It's staffed with 2 ALS units. They are the busiest. They have the most heavily, densely populated areas of the county. Columbia, Sonora City proper, Jamestown, they cover that area, so they have a higher call volume than the other stations. Station 11 also houses 2 units, and it's at Stryker Court. Their call volume is a little bit slower than the Sonora cars. And if you looked at the previous map, their zone isn't that big. They cover Tuolumne City, Black Oak Casino, and forested areas up Phoenix Lake Road. But the reason Station 11 with such a small response area has a higher call volume is they are between 2 geographical areas, and so they are the backup to Station 20, which is in Mona Vista, that has a response area that goes all the way up to the top of Sonora past the Mona County line, which is not heavily populated, but also generates calls. So when they go on a call, the next unit from Station 11 can backfill behind them. And so it shows they can also do that into the Sonora area that's busier. So their call volume they're a backup unit as well. Station 20, again, still relatively busy as far as the overall. And they have their own areas, Twain Hart, Newark, Cedar Ridge. That is all in their primary area. And then the Groveland is Station 41, which is one of the reasons why a subsidy or a tax is needed in the Groveland area. You can see the call volume and the general for the other stations in the more urban areas of our county. When you go to Groveland, it's half of what the other stations are. So that's why that extra funding is needed to help support the lower call volume, because we are fee for service, we bill. So if we don't run calls, we can't bill. And if we can't bill, then we can't operate the service. Go ahead, Steve. The next one is really important, is the time on task. There's something called a unit hour utilization, which is used in the EMS industry. It shows how much time that your units spend doing their job or working. And it's a metric that's used and a calculation that's used to judge how many units you need, how to staff your system, and there's various formulas, and this is a very, very simplistic use of the UHU calculation. For scene calls, the average time that it takes to run a 911 call, so to a residence within the county, the average is 1 hour. So it takes us an hour to receive the call, respond to the call, assess, treat, transport, and arrive at the hospital, and then return back to service after decontamination and restock and things like that. So the average is an hour. Sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more, but there's the average. So if you look at the chart, 6,500 calls per year equals 6,500 hours for scene calls. What really impacts us and what's a challenge for us is we have transfers. So transfers originate from Adventist Health Sonora or other medical facilities, and they transport. Adventist Health is the only hospital in the county. So the only other place you can go is out of the county. So even though the number of transfers is lower, the time on task, or the amount of time that a unit is committed to that type of transfer, is excessive. It's high, because our closest hospital that we can transport to, besides Mark Twain's, it doesn't happen very often, is Doctors Medical Center in Modesto. Okay, a round trip out of service time for a unit that transports a patient from Adventist Health to Doctors Medical Center is 3 hours. We also do other transfers to other areas: San Francisco, Fresno, Sacramento, Redwood City, Santa Clara. We go all over Northern California. So our average calculation for that, and it's a very basic UHU, is 4 hours. So when you factor in the 2020 numbers, For scene calls, 6,743 scene calls, 6,743 hours. When you do transfers, 1,371 transfers for 5,484 hours, okay? And I'll explain, for 2020 on the transfer side of it, that is, we're finding for 2020 was directly impacted by COVID. We saw a reduction in the amount of requests for service, but we also saw the hospital not being able to transfer patients out because other facilities were impacted and not accepting. So that's the reason for the little discrepancy on how the transfers have gone down, but the scene calls have remained steady.
All right, so upon closing, future considerations. So fund solvency is by far the highest consideration that we have, looking and making sure that we're managing the payer mix properly. And what your board can do in the next year or so, next 2 year or so, is when we come across legislation that either enhances Medi-Cal or enhances Medicare, we will be bringing positions it would be my intent to bring positions of support before your board to be able to enhance those levels of funding so we can maintain them, certainly not see a decrease in those funding sources. It is our hope, working with the county administrator's office, to bring before you an item to increase our rates before July 7th, or July 1st, July 1st. And we have to do that. Primarily, it's done in the past through your board's finance committee first. We'll take an item before the finance committee before we bring it to the full board, and hopefully get that in place to start the next fiscal year on July 1st. And we also have a contract amendment with the Manteca District Ambulance that we're going to be bringing before your board soon. So you'll be seeing that hopefully the next month or so. So with that, we would be happy to answer any other questions.
Other questions? Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah, I just had one. This is from a few slides ago. You mentioned that the fees had gone up. It was 120 or so percent. It seems that I think inflation during that time was 86%, and I know the medical costs have skyrocketed. I imagine it's the same. Is that actually a low amount of increase compared to other medical services? I couldn't find anything in my quick little. I want to see if our fee rates are much lower maybe than they should be, as one way of making sure that this can be a solvent and sustainable fund.
Absolutely. So the Tuolumne County, as far as its rate structure and how much it charges for services, is near the lower half of the state of California. There are agencies that charge well above, and there's few agencies that charge less. We are below the curve for other agencies. Being that our home operation is in Manteca and San Joaquin County, that's the direct comparison I can do is nearly double what we charge for services up here. Factor into that, because we're rural and because of our spread out nature, we burn more fuel, we burn more tires, we need different equipment. Our transport distances are longer, so our costs can be higher, and yet we don't charge as much as our valley, are not competitors, but the other agencies in the valley. So it's imperative. It looks a lot. Healthcare reimbursement has gone, or healthcare costs have increased on equipment, what we're required to do, regulation, and just everything that goes into operating an ambulance service and running these calls has increased, and what we charge needs to increase with that as well, and it needs to happen. And yeah, our county is in the lower echelon, the lower half of that.
Thank you.
Couple things. On cost recovery, I've seen in previous board meetings before I came on, just observing board sessions regarding the situation where we essentially wrote off ambulance costs for foreign visitors because they were not essentially able to recover those. And I'm not looking really for an answer now, but I was just wondering, is there something, you're not going to charge a patient, obviously, they're in a traumatic situation under a trauma case. You don't say, give me your credit card when they get on the ambulance, but perhaps work out an arrangement with the hospital might be a possibility, some sort of cooperative thing with their billing. I doubt that they're all leaving the hospital without paying. So anyways, just kind of something to think about. It's not a lot of money, from what I've seen, it's like 50, 60, 70,000, but that's 50, 60, 70,000 that could go to something else. So the other one, I was just curious, your Station 10, the old CAL FIRE station, I used to work there as a captain, so I'm pretty familiar. Is that still state-owned?
Yeah, the property is state-owned.
Right, so we have like a lease
there.
agreement
Yeah.
with them, and are they providing the maintenance, or does our lease say that we maintain, or?
So it depends what's written into the lease. Day-to-day maintenance is something that I work with Ed Hogan, our facilities manager, to maintain. If there's a sewer clog, for example, or if an appliance needs to be replaced, that is done. I can't tell you about the roof. I'd have to go into the contract and read the contract a little more closely for larger infrastructure needs.
Okay. The last thing, and I know it's fairly recent that TCSO went to the EMD, and I was just looking for a little temperature reading. How's that? Are we seeing some? I've heard some success stories. I'm just curious. If you.
Yeah, no, it's obviously a work in progress. It's new. We're a small county, and we don't have the dispatching center that we use in the valley has 20 dispatchers and 10 call takers that can take these calls, and so it's a little bit more refined, and we're getting there. It's a good process. It's definitely something that we need to do, and we're getting there. It's been positive. It's difficult to quantify a success story because of the amount of tracking that you have to do to see if that change actually quantified as a success story. It's all successful because it's helping the system and it's improving, and we're seeing this. But it's definitely a positive thing. There's nothing negative about it.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar. One of the things I do with CAL FIRE as a battalion chief, I managed one of the dispatch centers in Visalia for a couple of years, and we had EMD, and you can't put a price on life if you're. So that's a very valuable program. I'm glad to see we went to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, and thank you very much for that, and please convey our thanks to the drivers and EMS staff. They're first responders, and what can I say? You save lives. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have someone that's been waiting patiently to address the board, so I wanted to open things up for public comment. Do we have that person still on the line? I'm going to give them a minute to get set up. are you with us?
Yes.
Oh, hi. I thank you very much for your patience. We'll give you 3 minutes to address the board, and thanks very much for calling in. You can go ahead now.
Hi, this is Myrna Doring from Jamestown, California, and I apologize for calling in late on a topic. But my question was concerning the mental health housing funds, and was wondering if they are restricted to certain types of housing that they can be spent on, or if they could, say, be spent on tiny homes and that sort of thing. I read up a little bit on this earlier and have forgotten everything I read, unfortunately. So just wondering, doing some innovative thinking, and just wondering if they were restricted funds.
Thanks very much for those comments. We still have behavioral health staff here. Michael, would you like to address those comments?
Yes, it depends on what you mean by mental health housing funds. We have some dedicated funding that supports our 2 homes, which is permanent supportive housing. So our staff have involved, and people can stay there by definition permanently, even if they move beyond behavioral health services. As far as other funding sources, we can pay for just about any type of residency, like through the Mental Health Services Act fund, but those are very limited. We don't really have dedicated funds for housing. If you're thinking about No Place Like Home, those funds are outside of behavioral health control. They may be from the Mental Health Services Act, but they were diverted at the state level to No Place Like Home.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye.
And thanks very much. So we're going to go ahead and break for lunch right now, reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thanks very much to all who have presented. There we go. Good afternoon. Welcome back. We're reconvening this special meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for January 8th, 2021. Where we left off, we were still hearing from HHSA's departments, and I believe we're on to public health. Is that correct? I mean, if I'm judging by who's sitting before us. I can do that.
Good.
Yep.
Our final Health and Human Services agency is Public Health. Our presenters are Michelle Jaquetta, our director, Lisa Heeb, our deputy director, Christina Herrera, health program supervisor, and Jad Curdy, our agency fiscal officer.
Okay. Good afternoon, Michelle Jaquetta, public health director. And I'm very happy to be here today with some of our amazing team to provide some information today on the county's public health department for your new board and the public. Let's see. Well, I had notes here that we were going to be close to break for lunch, but I will skip that part. So in 2019, our department underwent an extensive process to refresh our mission, vision, and value statements, which are specific to our department, while also aligning with our county's mission, vision, and values. Our mission is to promote and protect health and well-being in Tuolumne County. Our vision is a safe and thriving community where every person achieves optimal health. And we operate with the values of equity, collaboration, excellence, and service. And we would like to now share a brief video with you which helps paint a picture of what public health is about. And that's it. No.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
very quick and efficient.
Thanks, Christina. Oh, okay. So this graphic here represents the 10 essential public health services, describing the public health activities that all communities should undertake. For the past 25 years, the 10 essential services have served as a well-recognized framework for carrying out the mission of public health. It was recently updated in 2020, and this version is intended to bring the framework in line with current and future public health practice. You can dig into the details when you get a chance to review the slides a little further. I won't get into each one there. And we will now delve into our programs and services, starting with our fiscal unit, and I'll hand it over to Jad.
Is this on? All right. Hi, yeah, I'm Jad Curdy, the Agency Fiscal Officer for HHSA. The majority of my time is spent on public health, so I'm going to introduce the public health budget, starting with revenue. So as you can see, our largest revenue buckets are state realignment and state and federal programs. I'm sure you're familiar with realignment by now going through HHSA, but just to recap, in 1991 and 2011, the state ran into budget issues and decided to realign responsibility of providing certain services from the state to the county. Some of those services fall into the public health domain, so we received some of the funding and, of course, have to provide the service. We have about 30 different health initiatives and programs funded by several different state and federal agencies. Of course, each with their own reporting requirements, reporting schedules, priorities, target populations. They all require different administrative rules and documents, including staff time tracking. I think at least one of our staff members has to document her time on, I believe, 5 different time study forms. We can go into expenses. So, as you can see, our federal and state programs direct expenses account for about half of what we spend. The state programs, in addition to any direct program expenses, provides some amount of indirect admin allocation. So every dollar that we spend on staff time directly providing a service, we might get $1.25 back. That doesn't fully cover those administrative costs. And it's also somewhat offset by certain federal programs that might require a county match. So every dollar we spend, we might get 50 cents back or 75 cents back. I've also broken out what we spend our realignment funds on. As you can see, over half goes to jail medical expenses and dental expenses, and that's medical services for the inmates. Realignment does not change based on need, it changed based on funding, whereas as we add inmates, those costs might go up. The other, the 2 smaller buckets there are the county share, the public health share of county shared expenses, as well as a portion that we send back to DSS, and then whatever remains goes towards covering those additional administrative salaries and expenses. And then the other bucket, without getting too far into the details of how we budget for each individual grant, covers the remaining indirect allocation and county match, as well as a portion for contingencies for any surprise expenses. For example, a few years ago, we had one jail inmate get sick, and I think his medical bills went over $100,000 for that fiscal year. I can remind you guys back to the beginning of today. Public health has just over the equivalent of 30 full-time staff members. Some of those are in grant programs that require them to do 40 hours a week in that grant program and as a full-time staff member. And everyone has done what they can to step up and fulfill those grant programs, as well as meet the needs of the COVID-19 response. Thankfully, we are we just added 15 relief staff members to entirely focus on the COVID-19 response. That will allow our regular staff members to go back and actually put more time into the programs that they were originally focused on. That's all I have. Thanks.
You had a question? Jad, we think we had some questions, so I'm not going to let you get away that easily.
Oh.
Hi, Jad. Kathleen Half here. I don't think we've met. And this may be a question for you. It may be a question for Rebecca. I'm just curious to know if there have been discussions with the sheriff, if there are any funds that the sheriff can contribute to help reduce the costs associated with public health for the jail medical.
That's not a question I can answer.
I think Tracy wants to.
So, Kathleen, because you're more aware of our budget than probably some of our other, our newer board members, but the answer to that would be, it'd be general fund. So the answer was kind of a no, but it would be an obligation of general fund, as he does not receive any funding for jail medical whatsoever.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious if there had been in the meantime any kind of grants that have come up that the sheriff would be able to, it wouldn't be public health, it would be the sheriff that would receive those on behalf of the jail medical.
We would like that. That has not happened yet.
Okay.
And we do watch for it.
Okay, thank you.
Just quick comment. It was the best video right up to almost the end.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll hand it off to Lisa to talk about our services.
Right, so one of the two services that you're probably most familiar with are our clinical services and our communicable disease services. So our public health clinic operates 2 days a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. In the morning on Tuesdays, they do TB or tuberculosis skin tests, and then they read those on Thursday morning, and then they also do flu shots as well on Tuesday mornings. In the afternoon, we do immunizations by appointment. And we have a vaccine for children's program that is a safety net program for those that can't afford vaccine. There are multiple providers in the county that are VFC providers as well. And then in 2020, we did over 1,500 flu shots, just as an FYI. This is our kindergarten immunization rates. I just want to point out that we are the 5th lowest in the state. Our immunization rates for our kindergartners are at 87.5%. In 2016, they got rid of the personal belief exemptions. So we had hoped that we would have a higher rate, but our personal medical exemptions have increased since then. The next slide is our 7th grade immunization rates. It's slightly better, but I know we're still in the lower 15 out of 15 counties, we're at number 15 from the bottom. Our sexually transmitted infections is part of our communicable disease program. Communicable diseases are any diseases that pass between people and or animals. So rabies, that sort of thing. So this is our STIs, again, sexually transmitted infections. And you can see for chlamydia is the one that continues to rise. Our gonorrhea has gone down slightly, but again, that is all over the board. We have some of the highest rates in rural counties, just as an FYI.
Okay, Christina.
Right, so I'm going to move on to talk about our health education and promotion programs. These programs live a lot in kind of what I call the upstream world in prevention, and so we provide a lot of direct education, community engagement to a variety of populations, largely youth and vulnerable populations. Listed on the slide, there's a great bit of detail there that I could talk at length, but I will spare you the detail of these wonderful programs. But starting off with our CalFresh program, it's our program that focuses a lot on our nutrition and physical activity in the community. Our local oral health program, which was one of our newest programs established in 2018 to promote oral hygiene and connect dental resources to our community members. Our tobacco control program, which has been around for quite some time, that aims to reduce tobacco use and exposure in our community. And our Keep Babies Safe program, which is our child passenger and car seat safety. More details are there on the slide about all our different program goals, but in a nutshell, our health education and promotion programs are there at a glance. We wanted to bring this slide to your attention. This is the California Healthy Kids Survey. This is from 2018. We do have 2019 data available, but was not available to us at the time of this presentation. If you look at these two tables, these are some of the indicators we use to assess substance use among youth in our community. Every school in our community takes this survey, and it gives us an idea of what the rates are and different indicators about our youth. And so I'd like to point out here with regards to tobacco control, the use of electronic cigarettes and vaping was our primary focus in the past couple years. You may know the vaping epidemic swept across the country and state, and Tuolumne County was not left out of that. We experienced the same trend. And some stats on there that I'd like to point out is by the time a local high schooler is a junior in high school, 1 of 3 of them will have ever tried a vape device, and nearly half of them think it's very easy to either find a vape device or find a device with, or find a marijuana product. The picture there shows the very small sample of the many products, vaping or cannabis, that are confiscated at our local schools. Our tobacco program saw those stats, and we immediately engaged with our community partners, such as Center for Nonviolent Community, ATCA, Project Action, and what we call our Partners in Prevention. There's a variety of collaborative groups that we work with, and rather than, we do go into the community and do education, but when it came to our youth, we could talk at length until blue in the face about not using tobacco. And it isn't until we found they hear from their peers that they start to change their behaviors. And so we put a lot of our resources into engaging our youth coalitions. And so we really wanted to bring to your attention an initiative we are very proud of called the Empower Peers, Inspire the Community Youth Coalition, which is a youth leadership group that spans all of our high schools. And we just do workshops with them, and they're involved in the different leadership activities in the county.
Just a really quick question about the previous slide. It had 2 different charts on it. Was one of those supposed to be from a different year?
Yeah,
and I was wondering what the overall trends might be.
Yeah, I left the title off of it. So on the left side is ever tried. Oh, they're the same chart. So the right side should be the access and perception. So I just now noticed that they're the same exact slide. You look at something for a really long time and just miss it. But anyway, I can provide the real data for perception. What we were looking at was kids who thought it was easy to get marijuana, and you can see on that slide it was a slightly higher percentage of being able to obtain those. So my apologies. I looked at that for 3 days. Just missed it. And so anyway, we have our youth coalitions across our high schools, and we continue to do vape education as we can in this COVID environment, and hope to pick up as soon as schools are back in session. Also, we provide quit smoking kits to our community for those adults who want to quit smoking. Our CalFresh Healthy Living.
This is Supervisor Kirk. Could you go back to that slide real quick?
This one?
Right there, yeah. Could you explain real quick what the over 300 quit smoking kits provided to community members?
Yeah, we create quit smoking kits, which has materials that help adults quit smoking. It has our California Quit Smoking Helpline. It has strategies and different materials in there, materials to help them kind of get through cravings, and we provide those free out of our office. Because of COVID, we aren't out in the community distributing those as much, but community members are more than welcome to call, and we can arrange pickup or delivery of those, or mail outs of those.
So those are specific to kids that you guys identify who have struggles, and you're providing them these kits to help?
We have several. So we have a kit that's targeted towards youth. We have one that's targeted for chew tobacco, and then some for adults, and then as well as Spanish language ones. So we do, yes, to address your, we have ones for kids too.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Our nutrition program, the slide here, you can see some of the statistics. They are movers and shakers of promoting healthy eating and physical activity in the community. Between 2 staff, they manage over 9 community gardens, host a series of food demos and cooking demonstrations for our low-income families, and in 2019 engaged over 225 children to eat healthier, whether it's dressing up as a banana, getting them to eat Brussels sprouts, and coordinating with our community partners. They do quite a bit of work to get that work going in our community. And our local oral health program, this is our dental program, though very early in its, it just started in 2018, even it's in the couple years that has been around, it has been modeled for the state with their work with Smile Keepers and getting dental access into our schools and toothbrushes and kits to very many children in our community. So I just wanted to highlight that they are a pilot project for the state, and they presented their work to their colleagues this past week. And then the Keep Baby Safe program has been impacted by COVID because we can't go out and do our classes as much as we often did, but they are available online, and parents can still schedule an appointment to get their car seats checked by calling our department.
Sorry, I get to talk about WIC because I'm the WIC director. So the Women's and Children program is the WIC program. It's a federally funded but funneled down through the state and down to the county program for pregnant women, postpartum women up to a year if they're breastfeeding, and then children 0 to 5. We provide 3 areas: nutrition education, breastfeeding education assessment and equipment, and resources for the community, as well as a food package that changed in 2009 to include fruits and vegetables, whole grains, and multiple other foods that you see in that little food basket. Next slide. Oh, sorry, breastfeeding peer counselors, I apologize. In 2005, we were a pilot program, one of 5 in the state for WIC agencies to do breastfeeding peer counseling, which is a peer-to-peer support system for our pregnant women that are interested in breastfeeding and our breastfeeding moms. And that includes a lactation educator, or excuse me, a lactation consultant who is an International Board Certified Lactation Consultant for any issues that arise. Next slide. So you can see our breastfeeding rates are much higher than the rest of the state. They continue, our breastfeeding peer counseling program continues even today. For our 6 months exclusively breastfeeding women, we rank 5th in the state out of 83 agencies. This is just a slide to show you the different things that are happening with WIC since COVID. So in January, you can see that almost all of our appointments were face-to-face. In March, when COVID occurred, half of them were face-to-face. And now, as of December, obviously, we still do a tiny bit of face-to-face, but it is mostly online and or phone. And then the bar graph on the right side, it just shows how many nutrition education online classes we've completed. So over 900 in the last year. And then our adult family and child health programs, these are all of our mandated programs, including CD, which I talked about earlier. So those are the ones that we are required to have. Our maternal child adolescent health program really focuses on maternal health, including our preconception health, and then also our prenatal care for women. For our infants, it focuses on reducing infant morbidity and mortality, so sudden infant death syndrome is definitely something they work with, and then they work with grieving families of someone that has lost their infant. And then for the children, or excuse me, for the adolescents, they're focused on health education. For our healthcare program for children in foster care, we have a public health nurse who oversees the 105 foster care cases to make sure that they're receiving their medical, dental, mental, and developmental needs. Our childhood lead poisoning program does case management for children that have a high lead level, so anything over 5 micrograms, they reach out to the families and talk with them. For our child health and disability program, their focus is mostly on diagnostic and treatment services, including hearing, vision, medical, and dental. And then our California Children's Services, it's a complicated program, but it's for children under the age of 21 who have CCS-eligible medical conditions. And it's income-based in the sense that if you make less than $40,000 and you have one of those eligible conditions, then we help with medical payments. Or if 20% of your adjusted gross income goes towards those medical costs, we pay for that. Next slide. So this is for the MCH program. You can see we're doing pretty well. We meet or exceed the State and Healthy People 2020 standards. However, you can see in that top right corner that we are actually lower than the State and Healthy People 2020 in regards to getting access to care in the first 3 months of prenatal care. So you can see that that's where we really want to be focusing on, is getting women in. Part of the problem is we have an access to care issue in Tuolumne County. As you guys already know, we have provider issues, and so the shortage of providers doesn't allow that intake at the moment. So we are working on increasing that number. Next slide. So CCS, when I was talking about the cost, about how it kind of works, I just want to point out in the upper left-hand slide, so 86% of CCS clients are on Medi-Cal, and so Medi-Cal managed care plans are in charge of providing the care or the services to those families. The 14% that aren't covered by Medi-Cal managed care and have like a higher rate, the county and the state have a 50-50 split that they have to pay for those medical costs. So that can, depending on the client and their needs, can be fairly pricey. On average, we run about 200 cases a year, And that includes people that are opened and closed very quickly, such as somebody in the NICU that had respiratory distress that is now closed and doing better, that open and closed very quickly, versus somebody that might have cerebral palsy and goes all the way from 0 to 21. The very last one is the MTU stands for Medical Therapy Unit. Those are our therapies that we provide to the children that need the therapy in the school. And it's not school therapy, that's different than divide there, but it's for daily living purposes. That's what the MTU does, so physical therapy and occupational therapy. So they see on average about 35 kids a year.
All right, so a lot of what we do also is, like Lisa said, improving access to care. We know we have an access to care issue here in Tuolumne County, and so a lot of the work we do is pursuing grants, supporting local projects and coalitions to pursue grants and projects that would support the healthcare system. In that vein, the public health accreditation process is something we are actively pursuing, just to make sure that we are evaluating our services and making sure that we are meeting those 10 essential public health services. We are participants in the community health assessment, known as the CHA, that then goes on to develop the community health improvement plan, which we call the CHIP, and we update this every 3 to 5 years. Also, a few years ago, the board adopted the general plan, which included the healthy communities element, which outlines goals for the county to increase things like food access, reduce tobacco exposure, and promote physical activity. So all of these efforts together kind of help to support collaboratively with our partners our systems of care. Out of our health improvement plan came out 4 priorities for health in Tuolumne County, which is there on the slide. The number 1 being access to care, followed by mental health and behavioral health, addressing housing and homelessness, and chronic disease. The healthy communities element is very exciting. It is one of the first and few types of health elements that exists in rural counties. And because of the access to nutrition and limiting secondhand smoke and the physical activity goals outlined in that, it is serving as a model for other rural areas to pursue within their general plan. And we're very excited to see how we can work with the board and the public to achieve those goals outlined in that element.
I have a question about when we might be re-looking at this. It said on a 3 to 5 year basis, and so if that's from 2018, are we looking that this will be presented before the board within this year?
Are you the health element or the CHA? The CHA. I believe the last one was done in 2019.
Okay.
All right. Huh. I'm going to talk a little bit about our public health emergency preparedness programs. You can go ahead and click that. We have several emergency preparedness programs, including public health EP, the hospital or healthcare preparedness, pandemic flu, and emergency medical services programs, which are all integrated and coordinated in their efforts to build our community's capability to prepare for, respond to, and recover from emergencies and incidents. I don't need to read all the fine print, but these programs all work together with our partners to, among other things, develop plans and procedures, train and exercise those plans, and implement them as needed. This slide shows a member listing of the Healthcare and Safety Coalition. We're very proud of our coalition, which boasts a robust and diverse partnership of health, safety, governmental, community, and faith-based partners who work together on the emergency preparedness activities, which I just mentioned. Coordination with our partners is vital and greatly valued in our community, and we're very thankful for all those who participate with us in these efforts. I guess I hand it back to Lisa now.
Yay. Okay, so we also have some other programs. So our medical marijuana program actually hasn't been as robust since legalization, obviously. So the medical marijuana card helps decrease the amount of money paid in taxes as they buy cannabis. And so we used to have a lot more people on board, and recently I think we've only done 2 in the last year. So it isn't as active as previous. We have jail medical oversight, where the health officer provides medical and dental oversight. He also provides oversight, obviously, in all of our county programs that need medical oversight, but for all of the local law facilities. Our health assessments and our community partnerships is just a general list for you for the fact that public health participates in multiple coalitions, committees, health assessments, partnerships. Anywhere we can, we try to make sure that there's a health aspect or someone sitting in to help. And then lastly, we recently were able to implement an epidemiological unit for statistical analysis, which we've never had before. A lot of the larger counties obviously have epidemiologists on staff, and we never have, and so we're very excited for this endeavor.
Okay. So we do want to address the COVID-19 pandemic response briefly. Which has greatly impacted our department this past year. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone here. We activated our Department Operations Center, or DOC, on February 28th, 2020. So we've been fully activated and engaged for almost a year. We operate within the Incident Command System, a standardized approach to command, control, and coordination of emergency response that's used among nearly all response agencies in the state and in the nation. This slide shows our DOC structure and the various units that are activated within our response. As Jad mentioned earlier, we are a small department, and we're utilizing the staff that are available to us for COVID response. And we've also had support from several staff from our sister Department of Social Services. And the state has recently provided some remote support staff for contact tracing for us, which has been valuable. We are working, as Jad mentioned, again, to bring on additional relief staff to support our response as we're able to with COVID grant funding. Okay, so this is a screenshot of our COVID data dashboard. Those who receive our daily updates are familiar with this graphic that's shared. And the interactive data dashboard can be accessed on our website. It's interactive, so people can click on the different buttons and tabs to view different sets of data over time. It is updated every weekday, along again with those updates that are sent to all of our stakeholders and the media. I understand that there may be a future opportunity for us to take a deeper dive into our COVID response with your board, so I think I will stop here and hand it over to Christina, and then hopefully we'll have time for questions.
We get asked a lot, what can any community member do to participate in health, to get involved with these projects, and we wanted to highlight our Healthy Selfie campaign. We do, before COVID, we had a very robust social media committee that did different things. It's all COVID now, but when we first started, we did receive a communications award from the California Endowment to help our rural health communication efforts, and from that, we established the hashtag Healthy Selfie TC. So a little shameless promotion here. So anyway, a community member can get involved is to just highlight any affordable, accessible, easy thing that they can do to stay healthy. We often hear about all of our terrible stats, and we're highest in this and highest in that. And so we do know that we live in a community that offers a wealth of recreational opportunities, whether it's taking a walk around the park, using any one of our trails, choosing water over soda, getting vaccinated, quitting smoking. We encourage the public to take pictures of that, share it on their social media with the hashtag, and hopefully someone who didn't know about that trail could get inspired to do those simple, easy, healthy things. And so that is the easiest way that any one of our community members and your board could get involved. And as soon as COVID, slows down, hopefully we can get back to our regular contests and campaigns that we used for this. So hopefully.
Yeah, and that kind of touches on something I was going to talk to you about and ask about is that, public health had a full load before COVID-19. It was it's always been very busy over there. And then we have this global pandemic that is pretty much all encompassing. I don't think there's anybody over there that doesn't have some part to play in our response to COVID-19. So just highlighting the level of work that you were doing before, in addition to COVID-19 and so many good works that we've had to put off to the side, in favor of this really serious, critical disease. So I just wanted to point that out, that, there was so much going on before COVID-19, and I'd be looking forward to getting back to it if that's possible.
Yeah, we certainly look forward to going back to some of our regular programming and promoting our other health programs. We know health impacts all different sectors and facets, and so we anticipate getting back into that soon, but hopefully we can get our Healthy Selfie campaign off the ground as well. Yeah,
public health is one of the biggest positive, let's say, interactions that people have with county operations. Obviously the law enforcement has a lot of interaction with the public, but the public doesn't always want to have interaction with law enforcement, depending on which side they fall on. But generally, whenever public health is out in the community, it's for something good. So just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. Okay. Some recent successes and improvements. So we have been able to enhance and implement our continuity of operations plan, or COOP, due to multiple public safety power shutoffs, wildfires, and our ongoing pandemic response. As part of the COOP, we've established safe and efficient teleworking options for our staff. We created a lunch and learn program focused on staff development and enrichment. We've received grant funds resulting in systems change to support the local healthcare system. We've established a youth coalition, as Christina mentioned, that promotes health advocacy and gives youth a voice through collaborative interagency partnerships. We developed a pre-graduate intern volunteer program to develop programmatic and clinic experience in public health, which hopefully builds an understanding of public health and a future public health workforce. We were able to expand and adapt our mass vaccination plans for drive-through flu clinics, and this provided us an opportunity to exercise plans and protocols for COVID vaccinations. That's a lovely picture. Thank you, Christina, who took that lovely photo. So what the future holds for public health. First of all, I just want to say that we are looking forward to a bright future. I know that we've had somewhat dark year, but I think we're all looking forward with the community for a bright future. We will need to navigate impacts on jail medical care costs as the county jail expands, and the impacts of AB 109 on jail medical care. We're planning for changes in funding sources and ongoing pursuit of additional grant funds. We see an increased focus on chronic disease prevention and building healthy communities, and redirection to day-to-day operations and programs when the COVID response demobilizes, even as we continue to work with and for our community to recover from the varied impacts of the pandemic. And succession planning. And just a little bit about some challenges that face us so that your board is aware. Again, the jail, medical, and dental costs impact public health realignment for each additional inmate. The ongoing pandemic response with staffing fatigue and funding uncertainties. Uncertainty about our workspace transition, its effect on staff morale, and issues surrounding safe and adequate access and parking, aging infrastructure, and associated costs, both short and long term. Maintaining and managing realignment costs, which can lead to potential program and staffing cuts, lack of safety net services, and impacts on essential public health functions such as chronic disease prevention, accreditation, health equity efforts, and continuous quality assurance. And we would like to close by providing our contact information. And again, thank you for this opportunity to provide an overview of your Tuolumne County Public Health Department.
Questions for public health?
Well, first off, did you design the whole slideshow? I did. Really nicely done. Very pretty. I like the whole thing. Great images. Thank you for presenting. I know we talked a little bit yesterday, but I really appreciated getting, I think, the full perspective on everything else that also happens at public health. So I really appreciate that because there really is a lot. Just a few specific questions that I had. You mentioned that you have a program for volunteer outreach, and that was separate from the CERT volunteers and CERT teams, and I was curious what that was.
Yeah, so we are affiliated with the California Disaster Healthcare Volunteers, or not affiliated with, but that's what we utilize to recruit and maintain a database of volunteers. So we've shared a little bit on social media and in our daily updates that, and as people are emailing us and calling us saying, how can I help? We have folks enroll there. The website is healthcarevolunteers.ca.gov. And folks can do that. What's really great is if someone has a clinical license of some sort, so we've had a few, retired nurses that have wanted to help us with the COVID pandemic, they can enroll there, put their license number in there, and that state, it's a very secure system that the state uses to maintain those volunteers for us. And that will check licenses every 24 hours so that we know that the staff that we might pull for volunteer support have been vetted and cleared. So.
You also had listed in there the internship, which I think is fantastic to keep the pipeline going, and I think, lift while you, anyway, forgetting the LinkedIn phrase it is, but being able to provide more people that opportunity. Is that funded directly through public health? Is that a free internship?
So there's a couple options. The one very specific one is open for our nurse internship. So several nursing students, usually from CSU Stanislaus, come do their community health kind of rotation in our department that we've developed a kind of internship program for. The new one that we have funded is through the tobacco control program, where we're hoping to recruit local high school students or community college students to come kind of learn the ropes of public health with more of a focus on our tobacco control piece, but being a small department, they get a small taste of all of our different programs. And so we got approval for that at least for the next year or so through our program. And so now that we're returning to regular programming, we're hoping to recruit some of the students we've worked with and reach out to the college to do a few of those. It's not a very long internship, but it's better than what we've had before, which was 0. So we're excited to get them up and going.
Great. And my last question was just related to the cannabis education in schools. Is that something that would benefit from more funding going to it to be able to teach more youth about, potentially any of the downsides of responsible use or, hopefully delay while their brain's still developing?
Yes, so certainly the cannabis and tobacco control education is highly intertwined, especially with vaping. We are very fortunate in this community to have great partners with ATCA, the Sheriff's Office, and the County Office of Education to kind of synergize our funding. And so funding-wise, we are funded for a couple of years, but we never know when that funding will go away. There's always staffing concerns amongst public health and our community partners. I know that fortunately public health is funded to do the tobacco piece and a little bit of the cannabis, but we've been able to leverage our resources very well to be able to get into our classrooms and do cannabis education as well as vaping and combine it with all of the other issues. Certainly as new policies come up and as federal changes in the way the world deals with marijuana, we will see an increase in the need for cannabis education, and we are certainly ready to tackle that, and we meet frequently with our collaborative partners on how we're going to do that and what methods. If it's mentoring, in-class education, we're trying to innovate how we do that going forward.
Great. Well, thank you, and thank you for the presentation.
Excuse me. I don't have any particular questions. I just, other than the bringing on the 15 relief personnel, you said, I think early on here, you guys have been under incredible amounts of stress, and not just the amount of stress, but it's the duration. And when you have these long-term events like this, and I was on many emergency incidents, some of them pretty long, but I can think maybe 6 weeks was very long in the fire service, and you guys are coming up on a year. So the fatigue is part of it, but there can be long-term effects on the personnel, and quite honestly, you get to the point where people can make mistakes, and that can have repercussions. So I'm hopeful that these people will get in there and relieve some of that stress and allow you to get back to other programs, as well, as you say. But we're, as you well know, we're not out of this yet. We have quite a ways to go yet. So pacing the best we can. If there's anything we can do to help in that, and think creative. Bring us ideas or suggestions, and we'd be glad to entertain them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I don't have any other questions or comments. I just wanted to tell you thank you for all the services you provide to our community. And I'm hoping that our community has been watching this presentation so they know better what you do provide. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have to tell you how grateful I am for the work that Tuolumne County Public Health has done over the past year, 10 months, 11 months. What healthcare providers in this nation have done with COVID-19, the closest comparison I can think of is to the United States military storming the beaches of Normandy during World War II. That is what public health and the whole healthcare apparatus of this country have done for us with respect to COVID-19. This is a once-in-a-generation event that you have had to stand up to. And I hope that as folks over there, you know, I've been over there several times and just seen it, it's just a flurry of activity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And people are working extremely crazy hours. And I hope that you view the work that you're doing in the context of history, that your children and your grandchildren will be looking back on this time and looking back at the work that you're doing and thanking you. And so I hope you realize that we thank you today for that work, and everybody over there. It's been a sacrifice. Sacrifices every day that the staff are making to make sure that we are meeting this challenge, and public health is at the forefront of that. We've never encountered anything like this in living memory, and we're finding our way forward. But you guys have taken the lead on it and borne the brunt of the challenges for it, let's say. I can't say enough to tell you how much I support you in the work that you're doing, and anything you need from this board, you know you'll have an ear here.
That really means a lot, and we really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and please thank everybody over at the Public Health Office for the long hours and the often thankless work that they do.
Yeah, certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 1:56.
Yep, I'm with you guys.
Okay, cool. Just checking in with you, making sure you're okay.
No, I'm good. Sometimes I turn the volume down, and like when you guys started, I didn't hear you start up. So sorry if you started earlier without me.
Nope. We just started now. I realized I hadn't talked to you in a bit, so I was gonna check in with you.
I am here, and if I have any questions, I'll just chime in.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and open the meeting back up. It's a meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, special meeting for board orientations, and our next presentation is from our Agricultural Commissioner. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kelly Schroeder. Good afternoon, Chairman Campbell and board members. Hi. I am the Tuolumne County Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Air Pollution Control Officer, and Animal Control Director. But today I'll be presenting on agriculture, weights and measures, and air pollution. So this is a copy of my org chart, and this is for all of my departments. And I'd like to point out that Roberta Shields is underneath me as an administrative technician. However, she just supports ag and weights and measures and air pollution. Animal control does not have a administrative person at their office. So in our ag department, we have an open supervising biologist position. This position requires 8 licenses. This position has been open since August. We have not had a single applicant. The 2 ag biologists that we have started on March 2nd, right before the state closed for COVID. They are still learning their jobs. They both have 1 license out of 8 agricultural and weights and measures licenses. California law requires all county employees working in a capacity of a weights and measures inspector, we call them biologists, to possess licenses demonstrating job proficiency. My 2 ag biologists, or weights and measures biologists, are working on passing more license exams. So one of our goals for this year is to provide more training for our new biologists and to have them earn more licenses. In air pollution, we have 2 employees, Bill Sandman, who is the Deputy Air Pollution Officer, and Scott Van Dyken, who is our Air Pollution Control Specialist. On the next slide is my contact information for my office and Bill's contact information for air pollution if you need to get a hold of us. And then on this slide, I just supplied some acronyms that are commonly used. So if you hear us talking, we'll forget and we'll slip and we'll say CDFA or CDPR and we'll forget that everybody doesn't know what those stand for. So I provided those for your reference for future information. So our ag weights and measures budget for fiscal year 2021 is $591,000 with an estimated revenue of $447,000. County agricultural commissioners and sealers of weights and measures have the dual roles of promoting and protecting the state's food supply, agricultural trade, the environment, public health and safety, consumer confidence, and a fair marketplace in California. Unique to California, county commissioners and sealers are appointed by our respective boards of supervisors and work cooperatively with California Department of Food and Agriculture and the Department of Pesticide Regulation and other federal and state agencies and stakeholders to implement regulatory programs at the local level for applicable laws, regulations, and ordinances. California is the only state that enforces agriculture and weights and measures laws and regulations at the county level. Supporting state and federal efforts, agricultural commissioners certify agricultural shipments for export, prevent the introduction, spread, and establishment of invasive agricultural pests, and protect human health and the environment from impacts of improper pesticide use. Sealers provide a level playing field for businesses and ensure that consumers are protected in the marketplace and the purchase of commodities being weighed, measured, or counted. All of the programs that we work in within the agricultural department are federal and state mandated programs, with the exception of doing occasional inspections for the Williamson Act program. Within pest management, we manage A and B rated pests within Tuolumne County. Nursery stock is a high-risk commodity for spreading an insect called the glassy-winged sharpshooter, or what an acronym we'll call GWIS. And GWIS like to feed on citrus and grapes, as well as many other plants. And it spreads a disease that is particularly lethal to grapes. California has approximately 12,000 licensed nurseries, 60% of which are located in sharpshooter-infested counties. There are over 500 nurseries situated in the infested area which have a signed compliance agreement enabling them to ship plant material to the non-infested areas of the state. Tuolumne County is a non-infested area. All shipments destined to non-infested areas of the state, Tuolumne County, are thoroughly inspected at origin and, if needed, treated. When these shipments arrive in Tuolumne County, we then inspect them at the receiving nursery prior to sale. With the current mitigation procedures in place, the most common life stage of GWIS found during nursery stock inspections is the eggs. Nursery stock shipments found to contain a viable life stage at destination are generally returned to the origin nursery. Other programs that we do are pest exclusion, where we issue export certificates for wood products here in Tuolumne County, and we inspect out-of-state shipments of plants and outdoor articles. So if someone comes in from a certain area, we'll inspect their barbecue or their outdoor lawn equipment and look for egg masses. Pest detection is another program that we run, and it's one of the programs that we work in that is the second line of defense after exclusion and a biological systems program to prevent the permanent establishment of exotic and invasive insect pests and plant diseases. While a multi-layered network of federal and domestic regulations and inspections of potentially infested plant material exists in California to exclude the vast majority of pest threats, inevitably, some slip through. When this happens, the vital component that prevents these pests from successful colonization in an area is a robust pest detection network. In our program, we trap for light brown apple moth, glassy-winged sharpshooter, GWIS, Japanese beetle, gypsy moth, and several different fruit flies. Pesticide use enforcement is another program in which we work. The county agricultural commissioners in California's 58 counties serve as the primary enforcement agents for enforcing state pesticide laws and regulations, with oversight by the Department of Pesticide Regulation. As with DPR's authority to comprehensively regulate agricultural and non-agricultural pesticide use statewide, our Ag Commissioner staff similarly regulates pesticide use within the boundaries of Tuolumne County. The important responsibilities for pesticide use enforcement include conducting inspections and investigating pesticide-related illness or injury, whether on the farm, in the workplace, at home, or in a structural pest control situation. Crop statistics is a compilation of crop values of previous years. We also do disaster declarations if needed for our growers or ranchers. The direct marketing program and organic program is where we issue certified producer certificates and farmer market certificates. And we also do spot inspections at retail facilities and growers who produce less than $5,000 per year in income. Within the nursery program, we inspect local nurseries to assure that they meet the state guidelines for cleanliness. In the apiary program, we conduct out-of-state beehive inspections for quarantine pests and apiary health. We also regulate beehive registration. The Sealer of Weights and Measures mission statement is to protect consumers and promote fairness in the marketplace by preserving and maintaining the standards of measurement essential in providing a basis of value comparison for consumers and fair competition for industry. Our mandated programs in weights and measures include device registration. Commercial devices are registered with our county on an annual basis. Device inspection. This is an inspection of all devices used for commerce in the county. Such devices include all commercial scales, retail motor devices, electric meters, and propane or LPG meters. Within the Weighmaster program, we audit Weighmaster certificates and inspect recyclers. In the petroleum program, we inspect oil and petroleum products and assure that labeling requirements are met at retail locations. Within quantity control, this includes inspection of packages for required labeling and assuring the contents of the package are equal to the amounts advertised. So what does this mean and how do we do it? So one aspect of our work that our inspectors do includes inspections of gasoline pumps, scales, and propane meters at locations such as local grocery stores, gas stations, and propane suppliers. We assure that when you pump 20 gallons of fuel into your vehicle, that you actually receive 20 gallons of fuel and that it has met fuel quality requirements. So air pollution is my other program.
And then that's one thing I learned from you is that, you know, every time you use a pump in Tuolumne County, it has that big sticker on it. That comes from your office.
It comes from my office, yes.
Now that I know that, I look for it every time I go pump casting. Okay, this is a good one. I'm going to get my money's worth out of this pump.
Yeah, they went out and did a station today, this morning. So yeah, they're working diligently on those.
Thanks.
So air pollution is one of our other programs within Tuolumne County. And our goals of our air district include to attain and maintain the ambient air quality standards, provide clean air for citizens of Tuolumne County, prioritize and adopt rules and regulations based on best possible scientific and economic information, provide public and business assistance in a service-oriented manner. The air pollution program is in the general fund. However, it is completely offset by federal and state revenue reimbursement. Thus, this department has no cost to the general fund. Our budget is approximately $1.5 million. Upon the availability of federal grant funds, we have helped local businesses acquire new buses, logging equipment, and diesel trucks. We have assisted in replacing hundreds of wood-burning stoves and have handed out hundreds of vouchers for green waste disposal. One of our most time-consuming jobs is complaint response. Open burning, although very helpful for fire resiliency, creates quite a few complaints. Our office also permits prescribed burning. Prescribed burning is the controlled application of fire to the land to reduce wildfire hazards, clear down trees, control plant diseases, improve rangeland and wildlife habitats, and restore natural ecosystems. Sometimes called a controlled burn or prescribed fire, prescribed burning is one of the most important tools to manage fire today. We also permit a lot of different types of businesses within our county. The sawmills, aggregate rock crushing facilities, dry cleaners, the hospitals. There's a lot of places that one wouldn't think of that our air pollution control department is actually involved in. Thank you. That was my presentation. Do you have any questions for me today?
Yes. I had one question. I've already, just a few days in the position, had a few different people call about residential smoke issues, specifically wet pile of leaves, burning in a residential area, and then I think older fireplaces and that.
Okay.
Some of these people, my first question was, well, did you just go talk to them and try to explain it? It seems that there are some that very much refuse to, I think, make any type of, concession in how they're doing stuff. What would be the options for the county to provide you to be able to help manage that or address that concern, if that's something you're also getting a lot of complaints into your office about?
That would probably be a question that I can ask my deputy. He would, since he's been in the county for 20 years, so he's more familiar with the areas, and a lot of it has to do with the seasons, so inversions and if it's in a valley and such like that. So it could depend on the area of what might be able to help. We do go out on complaints, and we do try and educate as much as possible. We have flyers and handouts, and we discuss with everybody. So I'll ask Bill if he has any ideas, and I'll have him get back to you.
That'd be really helpful. We don't want to, I think, do anything that restricts people doing, I think, normal activities or having a fire or a rural area. At the same time, it seems that there's a few, and as you mentioned, some geographic areas that really are smoke pockets and potentially health hazards. So I would love to hear any options of how we might be able to help you and approach that.
Okay.
I think that's all that I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Kelly, I had
is,
the same concerns as, we get an echo there?
No.
I'm
Or was
sorry.
it at night?
Anaya, did you?
So Supervisor Goldenberg, you go ahead, and then we'll do Supervisor Kirk.
Okay, my apology.
Thanks.
I had the same concerns as Supervisor Brendan. There's areas that historically have problems. We know certain subdivisions or areas, and it's kind of a chronic deal. You had mentioned something about pests rated A and B.
Yes, so California Department of Food and Ag has a list of weeds and insects, and they rate them A through, I believe, Q. So A would be a noxious weed that they don't want in California or doesn't exist in California, and we would look for those to make sure they're not here, or if they are here, we try and eradicate them. And then the severity goes down. So a C-rated pest would be a common pest that's found throughout California, but it's still considered a weed. And that information is readily available on California Department of Food and Ag website, but I can send you that information if you like.
Yeah, one that seems to have historically had a lot of problems, and I've seen a resurgence of it, is the star thistle.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know.
So certain star thistles have different ratings.
Uh-huh.
So I would have to know which particular star thistle it is to determine whether it's an A, B, or C rated
I could only
pest.
bring you a piece, maybe. The other item that I was curious about is here in the last year, a little less, CAL FIRE had gotten increased funding and I believe direction from the governor when they gave the funding to look at increased, prescribed type of burns.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, obviously my background, I've been on a number of those burns in the past, having worked for CAL FIRE. But the design of them, of course, is to reduce, fuel loading, prevent spreads in certain areas. Are you aware of any, have they proposed some burns in some areas? Obviously, you got to have the right,
Oh, there's a system that they
conditions.
refer to as PFERS, and I'm not going to be able to tell you what that acronym stands for at the moment, but it is where what we call our burners submit a smoke management plan. So
Right.
they'll go in and they'll put that plan in and request to have us prescribed fire going. So currently, I've in the last 3 days, I've probably seen, I think maybe 10 or 12 smoke management plans come through our office for a prescribed burn in Tuolumne County.
Okay, it would be nice at some point, maybe to just kind of put out an update, on that for, if they're larger, burns, so that people can know that these activities are maybe coming up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, Kelly, some of the other board members had touched on it, but one of the questions that came up at the town hall meeting and some questions that I've received from people who live in Strawberry and Pinecrest Basin and a lot of the visitors who own part-time cabins up there is again, the smoke issue during the summer. So my question is, they've installed, or there are pieces of machinery in place that capture what the quality is up in that basin. Is that something that you take into consideration for air quality, or do you guys have separate equipment that you look at, or do you take your direction from somewhere else when you're looking at air quality?
So that's a complicated question and answer. Bill would be able to better answer that, my deputy. However, there are, as you said, pieces of equipment that can be placed. We have and the name of it is escaping me at the moment, but we have one of those pieces of equipment that we set out during the mock fire to calculate particulate matter in the air, as well as we put out a purple air monitor, which is not quite as accurate. It gets very complicated with California Air Resources Board on what their requirements are and what we can do through regulation and what they call, the Air Resources Board calls rules in regards to enforcing smoke from like campfires at Pinecrest and such. So I can have Bill get back to you, Anaya, if you like, on that question.
Yeah, well, I'll set something up with you and Bill for the future to discuss. So thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Huff?
Yeah, I don't really have any questions for you. I'm fairly familiar with all of your responsibilities, all of your many, many responsibilities. I work very closely with Vicki Helmar when I was a senior analyst in the CAO's office. So just my hat's off to you.
Thank you.
And just a question out of curiosity. I know last year was a terrible year for rabies in the skunk and wild animal population. What's it look like this year, or is that something we need to accept as a normal fact of life now, or does it go up and down depending on other factors?
It does ebb and flow. This year, Ron, our animal specialist, our USDA person, he hasn't mentioned anything to me. I've only heard of a couple of tests that our office has sent down to Stockton for testing. So at this point, I'm not sure. When I come back and we do animal control, we can discuss that when Mike is here, if you don't mind.
Okay.
He'll have a better answer for all the numbers for this year.
Right.
And I mean this year as in lately, like the last couple of months. The beginning of the year, I'm sorry, I don't remember. But it is on my slide for my presentation on the 15th.
Just a few specific questions I had forgot I wanted to ask. You mentioned the ag supervisor position being open since, was it August?
Mm-hmm.
How has that impacted your office's ability to do work financially or just in the workload?
In the workload, it's hard because I'm trying to juggle basically 3 different department head positions and train 2 new inspectors by myself. So that's been difficult. We're getting it done, but we're getting things done slowly.
Okay, and I'm a big believer in anything I think we can do to be able to internally train people up to take a lot of these roles on and local folks. If any of these chronic positions that are open for a long time, is there something that the county can do better to be able to help fill a very specialized role like that?
Yes, it is very specialized in that we can't just train somebody up within. They have to come from within the county agricultural system and have those 8 licenses. You know, that's something that I've been working with Ann at HR with, and I'll continue to work with her on. At this point, you know, when I've talked with people, a lot of the concern right now is COVID and having a steady job and wanting to stay where they're at. And then a lot of people are just not interested in relocating. So.
Okay. I did have one question also I'd heard a lot about in the prescription or burns that were happening Medusa Head. If that's been something that's been increasing in prevalence in the county, and if that would be falling under your jurisdiction.
Well, prescribed burns, the only time, I've only been here for 2 years, so
Okay.
I don't know if they've increased, you know, drastically. I do know that in the last 2 years, the only reason usually a prescribed fire or burn is denied is if the meteorologist at the state level call for a no burn. And then we might, you know, let the burners know that they can't burn that day. But we generally have not denied any burns. So if they request and the meteorological conditions exist to be safe, then we've gone ahead and approved those prescribed burns.
Great. And just last question is for CARB, have we been into any non-compliance for any category of, you know, PM 2.5 or anything like that?
Yes.
And how often are we and how much are we charged for that non-compliance?
There's no charge that I know of, but for ozone, because we get upwind draft from the valley, our ozone general is usually like a rated F. And it's not from within our county boundaries, it's updraft from the valley.
Okay. And that's the main non-compliance area for us?
That I can think of at the moment, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, and the last thing I just want to make a comment that I tend to share the view that we do need to figure out a way forward with the smoke. You know, I'm just thinking in my district, I have Willow Springs and Crystal Falls, Lower Crystal Falls come to mind. That there are 2 communities that sit in a bowl,
right?
Essentially, and the smoke just pours in and sits there.
Yes.
But it's a difficult problem because you don't want to do anything to discourage people from doing their defensible space clearance.
Correct.
But we have to realize that in doing the burning, it does create this other issue that we have to find a way to resolve. So it's not a question I have an answer to right now, but hopefully we can work on it together.
Yeah, definitely.
So if there are no more questions, and I don't see that we have any public comment, I'll thank you very much, and please thank your staff for keeping our water safe to drink, our food safe to eat, and our air safe to breathe.
All right, thank you.
All very important things, I would say.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 2:33. Okay, we'll call the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors back to order. I'm going to look to the board clerk to once again read the phone number for public participation.
If any member of the public would like to comment on topics discussed today, they can call 209-533-6581.
Okay, and we have Public Works with us right now. What a pretty picture that is.
Yeah, that photo credit is Desiree Crane, who retired recently. She does a nice job. So I'm Kim McFarland. I'm the Director of Public Works, and with me for any really tough technical questions is our Supervising Engineer, Blossom Scott Heim. So I included in your original package an org chart that includes all 60 of the employees for Public Works, but I thought since it's a bit of an eye chart, we would just give you an overview of the 7 divisions that make up the department. And really what we wanted to concentrate on are sort of the funds. I think Debbie Batista talked about this on her, during her time period yesterday. We have a lot of different funds in Public Works, and it makes it very complicated. I consider each division has their own pie, and everybody wants a different piece, but there's some restrictions about what you can do and what you can't do with some of the money. So Airports has 2 enterprise funds, Columbia and Pine Mountain Lake. Pine Mountain Lake does not actually, it's ineligible for FAA funding because of some security issues, so it does receive some general fund contributions. There's a solid waste fund. Survey and GIS receives general fund, and they also receive fees from permitting. And we have then the 4 divisions, business, fleet, roads, and engineering, that all fall under the road fund, capital fund, and storm fund. And before I go any further, can you guys hear me okay with the mask? Okay. Before we go into the divisions and introduce you to everybody, I just wanted to go through our vision, mission, value statement. I don't know if the new supervisor's aware, but we used to be part of Community Resources Agency, and then last year we split from that into Public Works and Community Development Department. And we thought that was a really good time to touch base with all the staff and find out, you know, why is their job important? And we had them submit that to us along with 2 core values. We put all that information together with a third-party facilitator, and we came up with our vision statement. And thanks to Christy Marcella from Next Gear Consulting, we were able to get it down to something a little bit more concise than what we had started out with. So this here is our Public Works vision: to provide exceptional services to our community and visitors, ensuring the county is a desirable location for future generations. And we're going to do that through our mission, which is we'll be reliable, responsive, and resourceful in our pursuit. And when we say reliability, we mean maintaining a well-trained, properly equipped workforce through employee development, inclusive workplace culture, and sound resource investments, because we just don't have the money to be wasting. So, and then responsiveness, we do really pride ourselves at Public Works with a very quick turnaround on phone calls and emails. You usually will get a live person answering the phone. But we think with technology and innovation, we definitely have room for continuous improvement on our response time and efficiencies. And we're hoping OpenGov actually will get us a little bit further. And then resourcefulness, again, when you don't have a lot of money to throw at things, we have to be very creative, and we are fiscally responsible. But we also have to meet our local and state and federal regulations. And as time progresses and we bring road projects to you, you'll learn just how much of those regulations we have to abide by to get a road project through. And then our Public Works values, these were the things that the staff contributed through back last spring. And a lot of them came up with integrity as their #1 core value. It was either that, transparency, or honesty. And we added some of these qualifying statements so that you understand that we are not just looking at these, oh yeah, 4, values, big deal. We actually are hoping that the staff, when they come up with tough decisions, that they can go back to these core values and really assess and say, okay, what would I do here? So integrity, we mean, even when things get tough, because it's easy to have integrity when things are going well. Teamwork, building trust with each other and the public. Treating everyone fairly and listening, big one with us, listen and respect your constituents, the board, your bosses, your team players. And then commitment, being there for the team and the community and doing your best every day. So that brings us to our first division, and that is airports. As I said, these airport division has 2 airports, Columbia and Pine Mountain Lake, and they oversee everything as far as maintenance, infrastructure improvements, the terminal lounge, all the contracts and leasing. And you can see in this photo from Columbia, we have a grass runway out there, and that is highly unusual for California. And then they also, I didn't put it on the slide here, but they also maintain a campground out at Columbia, which is really amazing. It's open to the public, but mostly used by the pilots. And because I would have liked to have had all the staff here, but because of COVID, we opted not to. We had the staff do little short clips of themselves and explaining what they do for all of you. So it's kind of like you're here. So this is our first one from airports.
Hi, my name is Benny Stuth. I'm airport manager. Hi, I'm Tyler Stoy, and I'm the senior airport tech.
Hi, my name is Trisha Harless, and I'm the administrative assistant. Hi, I'm Jeff Angermiller, and I am an airport tech.
As the airport manager, I oversee the safe and efficient operation of both county airports.
As the administrative assistant, I manage the office for both Columbia and Pine Mountain Lake airports.
As the senior airport tech, I maintain the buildings all the way to the runway and our equipment.
As an airport tech, I also do what Tyler does.
All right, so that's our airport crew. As you can see, 4 employees, and I hope that came across a little better than it did on my computer. It was a little bit delayed. But these guys are working with a $750,000 budget annually. Some of their accomplishments this year, they finished up the runway and taxiway crack sealing out at Pine Mountain Lake, as well as an obstruction survey. And these photos, by the way, are of Pine Mountain Lake runway. The crack sealing project was actually done with our road crews, and then airports reimbursed the road fund for that work. And then in Columbia, they did the taxi lane restriping. Campground renovations were done in-house, which are really amazing, and I hope that you guys can get out there to see them soon, as well as the aircraft parking apron flood lighting renovation. That's a mouthful. Some of the concerns that the airport's crew have is really just continuous improvement on the infrastructure. I mean, it's maintenance and it's ongoing, and they're trying to figure out how to fund that. They also have a lot of needs, considering that they have quite limited staffing for 2 airports, and they're always looking at additional revenue generating facilities, so ways that they can bring in tenants. So now that we move on to our business group, and these are the money folks. They're the ones that tell us, no, you cannot go out and pave that right now. We are getting down to our last dollar. But they are the ones that help us out at budget time. They provide us with our monthly reports. As we said, they're very complicated funds in the Public Works Department, especially road fund. It has a lot of restrictions, and they're the ones that keep us out of the orange jumpsuits. Some of their concerns is that they do need to have fiscal governmental accounting training, and we're working on that. And of course, I think every department has the same concern here in Tuolumne County, is just retaining your staff. So this here is our business group.
Good morning, I'm Janelle Koslevy, the Senior Accountant for Public Works. The Business Division is responsible for ensuring all county policies and procedures are accurately and timely followed in accordance with the guidelines that are set in place by the State of California Accounting Standards and Procedures in the County of Tuolumne. I oversee the Business Division, who has 2 wonderful staff members, Amber Pollock, who's a staff service analyst, who is fiscally responsible for all of our capital improvement projects, and Ashley Price, the accountant, who is fiscally responsible for all of Public Works and CDD's daily transactions. I am responsible for preparing and reconciling 12 budgets within Public Works and the Community Development Department. I do annual reports to the State of California, reporting on our revenues and expenditures of all revenues and expenditures for the road fund and your SB1 fund. I work very closely with the CAO's office on completing the FEMA and Cal OES reimbursements on all of our storm projects that are related to the county-wide roadways.
And I take full responsibility for the bad editing. So that was not their doing. All right, so now we move on to Fleet Services. Fleet Services is located out at Columbia Airport on the north end. Their primary responsibility is keeping our road vehicles in shape, and they do a great job. This is a highly skilled team, 3 mechanics and the Fleet Services manager. Highly sought after, so we're very lucky that they stay with us because they could go down to the valley easily. I mean, we have a shortage of mechanics as well. So I'm going to leave the explanation of what they do in the video because we have another video from our Fleet Services manager.
I'm Mike Young. I'm the fleet manager here at Fleet Services, a division of the Public Works. And this is just a short video to introduce ourselves.
I'm Kevin Whitcomb. I'm a senior equipment technician out here at the shop.
I'm Jeremy Gomez. I'm an equipment technician at the shop.
And our 3rd technician, Jason Crow, is not here right now. So we will just give you a little short tour here of the shop. We do most of the county's vehicles here. We do not do the fire department or the sheriff's department. We do have an MOU with the superintendent of schools. We work on their vehicles. We have one with Calaveras County. We work on their vehicles for the ag department. We do have one with Columbia Fire. We work on their vehicles. And we work for Miwok Fire. Other than that, one-stop shop. We do have 3 lifts here. We do a lot of service, a lot of tires. We can do tire studying. Just about anything you want done, we can do it out here. So if you have any kind of questions, want to take a tour at all, just let me know. And we can make that happen. Thank you.
A little unfortunate with the chainsaw happening in the background, but I think you could hear. Okay, and then everybody's favorite division, road operations. So road operations and engineering work very much hand in hand, but the road crews oversee 610 miles of roads, approximately 200 miles per crew. We've got 3 crews, south, east, and west, as well as a construction services crew that does a lot of the sign maintenance, graffiti removal, tree removal. Some of the activities that, and you guys will be getting a weekly road report, probably one right after this meeting, and we go through all of the items that the road crews have done for the week, and it like maintenance requests basically. As of December, I think we had about 250 maintenance requests alone just for this group. But they're responsible for all the snow plowing, drainage systems, brushing, hazardous trees and road right-of-way. I don't want to read all of it, but the vegetation removal, you name it, anything to do with roads, they do it. One of the things that we do like to point out at this point, though, is because it is road only, we had a lot of requests last year during fire season to help out with perhaps a U.S. Forest Service road or a private road as far as improving that, and we just can't do that with road fund because it is a gas tax. It is a protected user tax. It has to be for county-maintained road purposes only. Unless the road crews are reimbursed, the road fund is reimbursed by another source, okay? And I think that's it for this. Oh, so our next 2 videos are done by our leadmen in the East and the West crews, and I'm really impressed. I should have just hired them to do all of this. So Spencer Stoba from the West crew and Jason Parkinson from the East crew put the next couple of videos together. Since it is wintertime, I thought I'd take advantage of just reminding everybody that we can't plow when there are obstacles in the right-of-way, and there is an ordinance code about that, prohibiting people from parking their vehicles, garbage cans, basketball hoops, kids. So when we get complaints, usually it's Supervisor Kirk's district about their road not being plowed. It's generally because it looks like this. So, All right.
I
so-
get complaints too.
Oh, I'm sorry, and Supervisor Campbell. And we have had years where it will come right down to Jamestown, so. All right, so engineering. This is Blossom's favorite division. So the engineering group, as I said, is part of the road fund, and I had forgotten to mention that the budget for this is about $6 million, and I can explain what the sources are of that in a minute. And the capital fund is about $8 million, storms fund is about $8 million. So Marsh's Flat, Kelly Grade, this picture here is a 2017 storm. You can see the damage that was sustained there. This is, you know, these projects are often well over $1 million to complete. We are still working on repairing some of the damages from 2017. I think we still have one left on 2017 and still have some 2018 storms. And I have it on another slide, but I'll just say now, one thing that you guys might not realize is that we actually have to come up with the match for these storms. So despite the fact that they are state and federal grants, depending on what the revenue source is, our match can be anywhere from 6.25% to 25%, and that comes out of the road fund often. And here's Blossom.
Hello, I'm Blossom Scott Heim, Supervising Engineer for the Public Works Engineering Division. The engineering team manages all road and bridge capital projects, traffic engineering, pavement management, county service area oversight, grading, encroachment, and special event permits, and development grading review. We have a small but dedicated team of engineers. We have Eric Pearson, Denise Zitnick, Gary Wilson, Dave Ruby, Ryan Palacios, and Brian Eaton.
Thanks, Blossom. All right, and this is at a Supervisor Campbell's district. This
I was going to
Q-
say, I recognize that.
Yeah. So we only really had one big storm event in 2019 that resulted in this damage here on QM Mill, and Blossom oversaw the project for that. That was a big project, culvert replacement. But I'll backtrack a little bit. So the road fund the main contributors to the road fund are the highway user tax and the SB1 gas tax, and some traffic mitigation funds. There's also a few other like local transportation funds at times, but those are the main contributors. And we have seen a decrease in the highway user tax since COVID. People are teleworking. I think so far just in the half year, so from July until the last disbursement, which would have been November, I believe, we have seen about $500,000 less than what we normally receive. For SB1, we have not seen those decreases only because we think that there was some new fees that went into place for zero emission vehicles as of January. They went into effect. And I think that's probably making up for some of those losses on just gas mileage. And let's see. Oh, so the engineering group is also responsible for all the permitting, as Blossom had said in her video, but that's a lot of work. It's utility, encroachment, transportation grading, and when we say special events, it's any special event that would impact a road. So a road closure, or they're going to modify the traffic in some way. And then the conditioning of development projects, so any of the big projects that have come to the board recently, behind the scenes, engineering is actually conditioning those for various approvals. So before they go to their next phase, they might have 10, 15 different conditions that are required by engineering. And we also do all the code compliance complaints for grading and encroachment violations. So although we have a code compliance group under Quincy, they do track the complaints, but we actually send our folks out there who are trained to look at all the grading and encroachment violations and follow up with all the notice of orders and if it goes any further, the violations. When we get to the actual capital projects, so on the right here is one of them. This is a bridge project that Blossom actually oversaw, and it won an Outstanding Sustainable Engineering Award last year from the American Society of Civil Engineers. This is Hard and Flat Bridge that was destroyed in the Rim Fire. Yay, Blossom and your team. They oversee all the design, acquisition of right-of-way, and it's really incredible just how much of the right-of-way work. I was surprised when I first came on how involved that is. And it takes up a huge expense too. They oversee 24 traffic signals. Some of those are shared with Caltrans and the city. All the pavement markings. Anytime you have someone that wants to talk about traffic calming, like in Standard and Jamestown, that's our team that goes out there and performs those assessments. Our pavement management report is a little outdated. It was, the last time we brought it to the board was 2018, so we do have to update that. But what happens is we send out engineering techs or engineering inspectors throughout the year to do inspections of the pavement. And then they bring that data back to the office and we put it into our Street Saver software program, and it will spit out a whole list of bad roads, which there are many. We know that. In your package, you should have had some additional reference material that explained, they explain the pavement condition index and what the jargon means. So pavement condition index can be anywhere from 0 to 100, 100 being awesome, 0 being a failed road. And our average PCI for the county is 30. So we're not doing well. In the past, we have put most of our money towards arterials and major collectors. I think that when we come back to the board, we'll have to see if we should be looking at maybe a certain percentage goes to local roads every year, and maybe even looking at, I don't know, if there's another revenue source out there. So yeah, that's engineering. I think, was there anything, did I miss anything? Okay, we're good. Okay, any questions so far?
So Kathleen and then.
I have quite a few. I wasn't sure if we're
Kathleen,
going to wait till the end.
and then we'll get you, Karen.
Yeah, I've got 3 questions, more curiosity than anything. Now, does the roads crew, the roads fund still employ outside contractors for snow plow operation? It's all done?
CSAs. So our county service areas, but that's actually separate funding. So the road fund only employs our workers, our road maintenance, our road guys.
Okay.
Yeah. Gals and girls.
I think it was last year. It could have been 2019, actually. You and I talked about, you were excited about getting, and I don't know the term, but I think my term for it is the hot patch, road hot patch. Did you get that?
No, it's arriving in the spring, and I'm very excited too.
Yeah, me too.
We all are. Pothole patcher.
Yeah, okay, great. Because the cold patch just doesn't last.
Yeah, and there's a reason why they use that. It's because the pavement has to be a certain temperature.
Right.
Is a hot asphalt plant open?
Right.
Yeah.
And in this last fiscal year's funding, or the current year that we're in, did we get any Secure Rural Schools funding?
Did we? Yes. Yeah, I think we did, but the number, I'm guessing at 400,000. Why do I think that? I can confirm that for you.
Because the roads get something from that.
It does,
Or, yeah.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Brennan.
I've been accumulating a few questions since the beginning of it, and so if you don't mind, I had a few about airports.
Sure.
Which I know, way back several slides
Okay.
ago. One question I was wondering, these are some things that have been brought up to me before, is that there's been high turnover with a lot of the airport staff, and I wanted to see what your perspective has been on that, maybe what the reason, what the impact's been.
I can't speak to the turnover. Airports has only become part of Public Works, I think it's not even been a year, I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I will say that I'm sure that every department would say this, that we have to compete against, better compensation from other agencies and down the valley. It is a challenge to keep some skilled staff up here at times, unless people really, really love living here.
And one other thing has been brought up was the hangars that are at the airport, that there's a pretty long waiting list for them. I'm wondering if that's been something explored as a revenue option and what might have been the holdup on that, since they seem to be fairly small buildable buildings that people would rent out, and buildable buildings is not a very good one, but
Yeah.
easy to construct facilities.
Oh, no, Benny has been looking at that for sure, our airport manager, and I couldn't tell you exactly what the holdup is. It's probably the initial investment, I'm guessing, that we would have to put together, but yeah, he's always looking at ways to bring in revenue through leases. And
Great. Would be
now,
interesting.
you're talking about Columbia or Pine Mountain Lake? Or both?
Specifically Columbia.
Okay,
but
yeah.
I would assume both, but I'm less familiar with Pine Mountain
Yeah.
Lake Airport.
But you know what? Let me follow up on that with Benny. Benny could probably answer that much more.
Great, and just so we can see, I think, our role and how we could help with that and what the projections would be, that seems to be a way we could generate some revenue. And
Yes, absolutely.
That's always right now so
Yes.
critical.
Yes.
Another was potentially being able to, and I appreciate you letting me know that it's only been the 1 year. Wasn't aware of that. How can we be able to open it up for potentially more commercial purpose or private investment for the airport, transportation, tourism, what's that Uber for private jets? I think that they sometimes fly in every now and then.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, that would probably be a Benny question. I wish I had Benny here.
Okay.
But maybe even an Eric Earhart question too. So again, can I get back to you on that?
I would love that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's usually the SPI folks that fly in, right, with their jet.
I don't know.
I only know I was out there and there were two very well-dressed pilots from a private jet having a sandwich. And they said it was Uber for private jets.
Oh.
And that sounded pretty darn cool.
I am surprised that Benny did not tell us about that one, because we've heard about Snoop Dogg being there, but I haven't heard of I haven't heard of anyone else.
And on the hangar element, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's space on the south side of where you park the airplanes. Wasn't that area open for new hangar construction? Because I thought that was the reason why the helicopter pads are so far to the south.
I don't know.
On the runway. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
I think there is an area where we could expand, where it's set up.
I'm sure there is an area. I think
But it's
again,
just
it's
the cost of doing it. Yeah.
We've got to put the money up first. So.
Right.
Definitely some interest in that. It was also mentioned with, speak of him and he shall appear. Eric.
So I was just going to speak real quick to the hangar issue, because I have been working closely with Benny on that. We've been discussing it, and part of it is that initial investment. There's some additional property out there that is beyond the fence of the airport that we're looking at that is not really meaningful, that we'll be bringing to your board to take some action on in the near future. And that's a potential initial investment into that expansion, because we have been looking at that specifically.
Great. So, there you go. Thank you. You also mentioned at the beginning related to the grass runway. I wasn't sure if you meant that in a positive or a negative way. I thought that was an asset to the airport because of historic planes being able to land on grass, not asphalt.
Oh, absolutely. People come to our airport because it has a grass runway. Yes.
Great.
Yeah, no, that's an asset.
Try and pave that.
Yeah, sorry, did that come across negatively?
No,
sorry.
it was on me. I then had some questions about fleet services specifically. I guess one main question is, so we do have other county vehicle units, as you mentioned, that are not with, for example, the sheriff's department. I know there's specialized requirements for fire and for the sheriffs to be able to work on those vehicles. Would you say that there's potentially cost savings or a benefit to having all of those in one facility, or is it a good system as it is right now? It's lots of easy questions.
That's a loaded question. No, I think that the sheriff and fire would have to give you an answer about why they choose to go to outside sources. I think at one time fire had been serviced at Fleet. Fleet does oversee the Columbia and Miwok fire, so they have contracts for them. So I don't think that's the issue, but I couldn't speak. Sheriff Pooley would have to answer about why they go to other sources.
Great. Related to roads, I was wondering if you could explain just over the past, I think really since we've had the austerity in 2008, 2009, what's happened to the roads department, maybe why we've had our PCI decline, road workers or the amount of asphalt we can buy, and kind of the budgetary situation with that we're walking into.
Well, I think that, or did somebody else want to talk? Or? No, go ahead. Okay. I think the big thing is, we just aren't receiving so the highway user tax funds, those have not really increased over the years, yet the cost of business has. So that's key. And even with SB1, it really is very little. When you start thinking about deferred maintenance, so what happens is if your road gets below 60, say on your PCI, now you're having to look at possibly a reconstruction or even there's more that has to go into it. If you could have kept your PCI at 70 or 80, then you can do these thin overlays and keep them in good shape. But when you actually have deferred maintenance that brings it down so low, now you're talking about a full reclamation. Actually, I'm gonna, Blossom, I'm butchering this. You go ahead, Blossom.
No, you were doing fine, Kim. Like she said, once you get below a certain condition, you have to do a full reconstruction, which you're looking at $500,000 to $1 million per mile minimum, and that's just the road itself. No ancillary sidewalks, shoulders, perhaps drainage facilities. I think Kim could probably talk to our staffing levels, how they've come down over the years. So we've had less people in addition to less funding.
Great. I'm hoping for some of the folks also watching that this will be a good way to explain it. I know you mentioned in our meeting, major collectors, minor collectors are relatively high on the PCI scale. They're doing okay, and they've been the priority, and that the average is 30. About how many miles do we have of roads that are not in the minor or major arterial or collectors?
I'd have to look, but it's quite high.
Yeah.
And they would be substantially probably lower than the 30 average, right?
Yes, definitely.
And okay. And just on that, I was wondering about how you think we're positioned for the future on it, related to, you covered the SB1, but a lot of the proportion of electric vehicles, since it is gas tax funded, and we have about 8 times as many roads as per capita in urban area.
Yeah, so this is probably something that all counties, rural counties, are going to go through. But we're part of the County Engineers Association of California, and they are definitely very involved. RCRC is looking at it. We obviously have to have some changes as far as putting more fees on top of the electric vehicles or zero emission vehicles, whatever they may be, because they are still using the infrastructure, they're just not buying gas. So, but for us in the short term, we do foresee that we are going to continually see deterioration in our roads because of the fact that we only have so many funds. That's why the guys are out there doing, the ditching and all the things to sort of keep those roads in the best shape they can. Keeping water off the road is really key. All the brushing, the culvert repairs, those things will at least give us a little bit more time.
And I realize it's a difficult proposal, but I think most likely I would expect a lot of the members of the board to be interested in any long-term solutions. You mentioned potential revenue or potentially anything we can do to reduce the burden of roads that we're having, or the way that they are actually covered, whether it's gravel or asphalt, kind of everything under the sun. Since this is one of the big issues that we're facing that really doesn't have a clear, easy solution, it seems like. I would be very interested in hearing those proposals in the future.
Well, and as Ken said, in addition to revenue, looking at new sources of revenue, new streams, we're always looking at new innovative ways to repair these roads that might be more cost effective. Our California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, is very innovative, in the bigger scheme of things, and we're fortunate to be able to take advantage of that technology, oftentimes, at least in training, if not always to do a test strip here or there to try something new to keep costs down.
And the only other thing I would add is, like Supervisor Happ had brought up, is we are purchasing we're in the middle of purchasing this pothole patcher. The big deal about this is, instead of using cold patch or even hot patch, hot asphalt, this thing actually reduces the number of people that you would need. So you go out there with a 2-man crew, there's an attenuator, a vehicle for safety behind them. They go in, they blow it out, they pour their oil, they do hot asphalt, and it's gonna really help with some of these roads where we don't have the money to repave them all. So,
that's really great.
Yeah.
And I only have 2 last really quick things. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go for it. This is your time to ask the questions that you need, and for all of us to get information and be educated by our professional staff here. So
I think I'll try to ask at the end of each section in the future. The last 2 things I wanted to ask about, one was, I guess, a comment. I know that you take a great deal of pride and effort into your social media and being able to explain everything that's happening, talk to people, be communicative on there. I wanted to just say that in anything that I can do as a county supervisor in any way, of just the folks I know, the channels, to get out some of this info, especially, you know, major projects near Jamestown. There's quite a few happening. And even old-fashioned methods of some paper packets to people, some posters, whatever I can do to be able to help with that and reach everybody, not everybody being on social media. I would be very open to that. And my last question about it is, there's anything that can be done about the Fifth Avenue traffic and the traffic coming into Jamestown and going out of Jamestown?
Are you talking about Fifth Avenue, the light?
Yeah, sorry, the Fifth Avenue light.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Blossom.
Hey,
Sometimes
have
that
you guys
backs
ever
up all the way up the hill.
have you guys ever gotten that question before?
Well, we can't speak to the volumes. I mean, eliminating the volume of traffic. The Rawhide Road Bridge project, which is in the works, the funding, the construction year is a little up in the air because of availability of funding from the Highway Bridge Program, the federal program. But when that goes in, the two lights will be synchronized. In the meantime, we've been in contact with Caltrans Traffic Operations almost continuously. They go out there, they monitor the light. They've played around with the timing a little bit, and right now we're on I want to say it's a 120-second through timing on the weekends and at rush hour. So we've worked with Caltrans to at least maximize the amount of traffic that can get through that light in the interim.
The only thing I would add is, I think the people on Fifth Avenue like it. They can get out now. CHP.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, anything that can be done to help, I think, mitigate or eliminate some of that congestion. I know that can't help the number of cars going through, but being it's backing up to the hill, I would be very interested in at least what the options are available that we could ask Caltrans for and push for it. So
We've talked about this before, but I think one of the big bottlenecks is Woods Creek, whatever the name of that bridge is on 108. Woods Creek Bridge. I mean, that's where it all funnels down to. So yeah, we'll have to talk to Caltrans more.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Ryan. I just wanted to thank Kim and her department. I thought it was really cool at the beginning how they kind of asked themselves what the job descriptions were and how they just take a look at the organization. I think I tell Kim this often is, you know, when people think of county government and they see waste and taxes and things going on statewide, the first thing that they bring up to me is, why can't we get our roads fixed? And, you know, it's a bigger problem. We all want to solve it, but I think Kim, I want to give you and Mike Cognetti, your whole crew a big hand, because I know these little things like ditching, people see that, they see the roadside brushing, they feel like their taxpaying dollars at work. And it's one of the biggest praises I get while I'm in office. And I'm really excited to get that hot patch system. I know when I was campaigning, I was looking at it. I know the last year or so you guys have been looking into it, so I'm excited to get that up and rolling. And I will just remind you, since I'm thinking about it, about that phone app. Well, maybe someday we get that in place, but I won't hold your feet to the fire to that one.
I'm thinking that OpenGov will also really help with that. I haven't forgotten about it.
I know you have it, and I'm just teasing you. So thank you and your team for everything you do.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Goldberg.
Hello. Couple of questions, comments. First of all, Columbia Airport is well known far and wide, and you know, between many things, you know, the air show is of course a big draw, but there's a lot more commercial things, you know, starting to come in and out of there, and the hangars or other improvements, you know, that might generate some revenue is really a great idea. You know, when you talked about that pothole patcher, yeah, that's a great thing. I've seen some advertisements and stuff for, you know, units that are monstrous in size, but you know, there's you know, the new technologies and things that can be done, you know, are great along those lines. Your road reporting system, where you can go online and make a report, I personally used that one time. It was very effective.
Oh, good.
And it was easy to do. And next thing I know, the big boulder that was encroached upon the road was gone. So
right
that was a good, yeah, keep that up. That's really good. And your fleet services, we heard from administrative services in Rebecca Espina's group, they've got a fleet of 75 vehicles, and they were very, very happy with the fleet services. So,
Good to hear.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and I just was thinking about some of the comments, Supervisor Brandon, about the traffic through Jamestown. It's a difficult issue because you either turn off the light and then you make it more difficult for the people, the cross traffic, or you have the light on and then you create more traffic down 108. It seems better than it was. It's much better now than it was initially. I guess there's still that high traffic period, but one thing I was going to say, I don't know if you can speak to the active transportation plan that's kind of going through TCTC, or is that kind of not outside your wheel?
I would leave that for Darren.
Okay.
Because I'll butcher it.
Yeah. But there are some long-term, large-scale projects planned for that corridor that hopefully will alleviate some of these problems. But unfortunately, like many things, they take a long time and cost a lot of money. But it's definitely something that there's a great deal of work going into.
For the ATP, though, I can say, though, the one project that Blossom and her team put in through TCTC was the one on Fifth Avenue that improved it with, I want to say, sidewalks. Am I?
Yes, a combination of sidewalks and multi-use pathways.
So that'll be in your area.
Okay, good.
Okay, any other questions or?
I think so. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll keep going. We have solid
move on
waste.
to trash.
Let's go on to the garbage. Everybody loves garbage. Okay, so our solid waste team oversees the integrated waste management system, which is all your franchised haulers and your franchise operators of the transfer stations. And I don't know if all of you are aware, but our garbage does not stay in the county. It actually is hauled out to Merced. We have 2 closed landfills that are a big responsibility for this team. They were closed almost 20 years ago, if not longer, but we still have to do regular groundwater monitoring. We just recently installed, at the Water Board's request, installed some passive low-flow gas vents at Big Oak Flat, and this is an ongoing expense for the county. So there's 2 of them, Jamestown and Big Oak Flat, and it's something that we'll probably have to deal with for many years to come. But our team also oversees the household hazardous waste events and the e-waste, universal waste. So if you have any questions about that, I would recommend that you call 533-5588, and Emma can give you a hand with all the different events that happen each month. So every year we have to do an electronic annual report, an EAR. We also do it for the city. And basically what it is just reporting out to Cal Recycle how much we have diverted from the landfill. So our recycling, I can tell you that we have not met our goals, and luckily we've been able to talk our way out of fines. And I don't think this year is going to be any better with all the PPE and people eating out. And then, of course, our recycling getting commingled when Waste Management has had some staff shortages due to COVID. But our staff certainly tries. They go out to businesses and try to educate people on what can be recycled and what can't. SB 341, for instance, is mandatory recycling for all businesses that generate 4 cubic yards of waste. A lot of folks don't realize that. So this team really has to keep up on the legislation. And I know myself, I was caught off guard on January 1st. Treated wood waste has become hazardous waste. We're hoping that the DTSC can work with RCRC and the ESJPA as far as getting a variance so that we can get this sort of repealed, or at least a push of that deadline, because we really are not in a place to deal with it right now. That would mean that all your treated wood would have to go to a hazardous waste landfill, which would be something like Buttonwillow in Kern County.
So you mean like pressure treat, like decks and?
Yes, anything that has been treated with, and now it doesn't necessarily mean painted or stained, but your posts for your fence that are, yes, absolutely, that are treated that way. So it's a big expense for folks, especially if they're generators, but we're trying to work on something with our organizations. So that's just one of them. The other thing that's coming down the pipeline, of course, is 1383, which is organic waste diversion. That makes it really difficult for rural counties that have bear problems, for instance. It is related to greenhouse gas, And I think that it's just going to be a real challenge for the smaller communities. It won't be so tough for San Francisco or some of the larger urban areas, but for us it will be a tough one. And then just to let the new supervisors know, we have actually not had a full-time solid waste manager in place since 2017 when Belinda Barlow retired. I took on the job when I first started in 2018 along with my assistant director position, and I can tell you that I didn't have as much time to spend on this as I should have. But we were very lucky. About a year and a half ago, we ended up getting Gretchen Olson to come back as a retired annuitant. So we had a part-time manager, and that was fantastic. But the good news is we are working on, and I think, fingers crossed, that we have someone to replace her finally. And we're backfilling one of the solid waste technician positions with the administrative technician position. So we should be fully staffed, hopefully, in a couple of months. And so this is what happens when you ask a really meager solid waste team to put together a video. You guys will see in a minute. Josh there on the right, he is in the Air Force Reserves, and he's only been with us a couple of years, but he spent all of last year in Kuwait. So we were short-staffed when he was gone. And then Emma is a sweetheart. She helps us out with everything from surveying, solid waste to engineering, and she's our administrative assistant. So here's their video. Yeah, Diane was missing that day, so thank you guys. Here are some other solid waste employees. So part of our job is keeping.
Now wait, did they recycle that paper?
That's, I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. So these are part of the sheriff's office. John Fisher has an inmate program, and they do a lot of things, but they also have goats, and we rent them to keep our landfill, the closed landfill cap, clean of weeds and any intrusive roots. So, because there's a geomembrane under all that. And these guys don't complain at all, so we love them. And then finally, just because this is a public meeting, we'll take advantage of it and just remind people that we do have free mattress and tire recycling events, so there's no need to trash them in the bush. If you want, again, the number's 533-5588 to call, and we can give you the time and place of where you can recycle these items. So finally, do you have a question?
Yeah, I think we have questions for waste.
Solid waste? Okay.
Solid waste. Start with Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay. Couple of things. It used to be the recycling thing in the Safeway parking lot a few years ago, and it kind of just disappeared one day. You know, I heard a number of reasons why. You know, one was potentially that the low cost of recyclables or less demand overseas. They didn't want to take our recyclables. But I thought there was a state statute or something that said they're supposed to be recycling within a half a mile of a supermarket. And if you have multiple markets, they can join in.
I don't know about the statute, but there is a buyback center on Kamaj. But I will look into that for you and find out what the history is on that.
Yeah, it was just that, you know, it was convenient. Mm-hmm. You know, people didn't have to drive out to Kamaj, and I just heard that they couldn't find a vendor to take it back, but I don't know if anybody's tried again either. So
there definitely is a reduction in the value of recycling since China Green Sword.
Yeah, so it may not be viable for them as a business to do it. And just a quick comment: the goats. I worked a project years ago on some Forest Service property out of Long Barn, and boy, they were effective.
Yes.
You know, we just kept moving the fence and the goats, and
yeah, it's a great program with the Sheriff's Office.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Having all of our solid waste trucked down in Merced, I was wondering if it would be advantageous to have a local facility, and especially the greenhouse gas emissions on something like that, if it might be eligible for any type of grant that we might be able to support or apply for.
We can certainly look into it. I don't know how permitting would probably be a big issue. Mm-hmm. Permitting a brand new landfill, I'm guessing. We do get, I'll just tell you, we get I don't want to say it publicly, but we get a really favorable rate at that landfill in Merced.
Okay.
So, you know, you have to do the math to see if it works out. I agree, though, the greenhouse gas probably of hauling it, but it would be the permitting that would probably be the obstacle. We can look into it.
Has there been any recent proposals for alternative waste disposal systems? I know a few years ago, I believe there was one for plasma gasification.
I don't know if, I don't think that anyone from our team has talked about. We did do a tour, I will tell you though. Supervisor Rotifer and myself, and I can't remember who else was with us, we went down to Coventa and Stanislaus though, which is where they incinerate garbage. And we did look at that as a possibility for Tuolumne. But again, they've told us the permitting here in California would just, you'll never get over those hurdles. So I don't know about never, but I mean, it is going to be very prohibitive.
I had just one last question is, especially recently, we've been seeing a lot of dumping in the county and a lot of garbage. If your counterparts in other counties have had any programs with success to be able to address some of these recurring dump sites, especially given it can be expensive to go to the dump, drop off stuff. I don't appreciate the folks that go and do that, but I understand why they're doing it, and if there's any way to mitigate that or figure out an alternative or a way to enforce it better.
Right. So, yeah, I would say there's definitely a disincentive for folks. What we do tell people, because we've actually had this where we caught the person red-handed, they were paid to haul off someone's garbage, and then they dumped it. So what we ask people, if you're paying anyone to haul your garbage, please hold off on at least the final payment so that you see an actual dump receipt. But, you know, Calaveras County has a very different system where their transfer station, their landfill is open to all residents, but they pay it through a parcel tax or a parcel fee. I'm not sure how it is set up. And then Gretchen Olson, who lives in Calaveras, our previous solid waste manager, said that anecdotally, she thinks that there is less illegal dumping there. We have not quantified that. So we're always looking. I think this is a common problem, especially for rural counties. But it doesn't mean that we're going to give up. We do continue to look at, because it's a waste of money. We're always sending our road crews out whenever it's on the road. Like today, we had a complaint, 2 mattresses dumped in a road out in Phoenix Lake. So that's time that our guys and gals could be out there doing paving jobs instead of collecting garbage.
Absolutely, and we got a beautiful county. We want to keep it that way.
Right.
But anything I think we can do, any guidance or policies, that would be incredibly helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Haff?
Yeah, Supervisor Brandon, you brought up a good point, and I would like to see if there is any better resources for waste to energy. I think that there have been improvements in the system since the one down in the valley, and I know we've got contracts coming up for our waste management type, in all the different areas, and I'd like to see some solutions if possible, and if not in the near future, down the road, where we don't have to truck our garbage out, that we can deal with it right here and deal with it effectively.
Okay. Sure, we can look into that and bring that to the Solid Waste Committee as well. Yeah.
Supervisor Kirk?
Hey, sorry. The only comment I have is, we need to look at the bigger issue with this trash. I like the Calaveras model. I think it'd be cool for the board to look into it and discuss it. But moving forward, we got to address this issue on a bigger level. So that's my only comment.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It's, just looking at Strawberry, Pinecrest, what's just been happening in the past couple of weeks with really irresponsible behavior. But we, certain parts of the county have always had a problem with illegal dumping, and we know where they are. And so I don't know. I'm kind of sick of it, and I'm really in favor of increasing fines, increasing penalties for this kind of thing, because at this point we can't just allow this to go on. and accept it as a normal fact of living in a rural community. Because it's like Supervisor Brandon said, people are trashing our county, and it takes resources away from the public that we could be using other areas. And somebody that's just backing their truck up to a hill and pushing trash off into an embankment knows that they're doing something wrong. This isn't somebody that's just misinformed. It's somebody that's willfully taking an active role in committing a crime, and we need to, prosecute them and charge them for the cleanup, and make it really known. I would be really in favor of having a very robust, public information effort with signs and social media efforts saying, taking a big picture of the dump site and blasting it and saying, don't do this. If you do, it's going to cost you $1,000. I'm just, you can tell I'm a little tired of, I get a lot of calls about this particular issue, and I sympathize. I agree with the people that are upset about some of the dumping and trash problems we have on our roads.
One of the things for the new supervisors, garbage is not mandatory, garbage service. People can self-haul. So again, another disincentive, especially when you have really high transfer station fees. So just something to consider.
Did you have another? Okay. All right. Any other comments? All right.
Okay, so we're almost done, guys. So surveying and GIS. That there is our county surveyor, Warren Smith, and he is a professional land surveyor. He's been a county surveyor. He says that he's got one of the oldest licenses in California. These folks are the ones that help everybody with their their surveying and mapping information requests. They've been really helpful to me when anytime we need an old road map or a resolution. If you haven't been into the A&F building, it's very cool. They have some really old historical maps in there. In the map and research room. The county surveyor is also responsible for the tentative map applications. They are the lead agency, not responsible, but they are responsible for holding a public hearing for the project, and they are the ones that make the determination for approval or rejection. The land surveying position, we've had one open for 2 years, and we cannot fill it. So land surveyors are in short supply in California. We were very lucky, though, that Gwen G., who used to be the county surveyor for Santa Clara, she actually came back to help us out as a retired annuitant. She's retired here in Tuolumne, so we're very lucky. So she helps us out part-time, but we still have an open position for a land surveyor. And then the photo there, the picture on the right is just an example of a subdivision map. So if you ever have any mapping needs, this is the place to go. And here in Tuolumne, the county surveyor's office is also responsible for addressing, which isn't true for every county. And something that might be of interest to you is the redistricting effort for 2021. I can't speak to it a lot, but the surveyor is helping out with this, and they'll be using the census data. And if you have any questions, I would recommend that you call Warren Smith. And then finally, our GIS group, they did a nice little video clip, so I'm just going to let them explain what they do, but they're very helpful. A lot of the things that you see on our website are done by them. And when I say group, it was really just Madeline for a long time. We just recently brought Sam on, and you'll see them in the video here now.
Hi, I'm Madeline Amlin.
And I'm Sam Zabel.
And we're your GIS division. If you're not familiar, GIS stands for Geographic Information Systems. We provide mapping and data analysis services.
Though we're based in Public Works, we provide support to many other county departments, including CDD, Fire, County Administrator's Office, and OES, among others. We mostly function as an internal services division, but on our website, you'll find a handful of maps we maintain for public use. You may be familiar with some of our work. We also do back-end support for the COVID-19 dashboard.
We also published the public information map that was used in the recent mock fire, which showed their fire area, road closures, and evacuation zones. We look forward to working with you.
So I had to ask. I said, what's with the skeletons? And they said, because we've been working with a skeleton crew. Okay, so I have one last slide, but I thought, are there any other questions? The last slide is just sort of a message from our Public Works team to the new supervisors. So any other questions? Okay, well, here we go. Last slide. So welcome. Thank you. Are we done?
Okay, thanks very much for that. And I just wanted to add real quick that, GIS and Surveyor, it's something not a lot of people in the public probably know about. And I'm not smart enough to very well describe the work that they do, but it is totally essential and very difficult. And it's a model for other counties. We have so many other groups outside of the county that ask GIS for help, and more often than not, they are able to help them.
Yes.
Just because it's this hidden gem that we have within the county. Okay. Any other final questions or comments from the board? I see that we do not have any public comment at this time, so I'm going to thank you and thank all the staff that presented today. Thank you, CAO Riggs, for arranging this, and we'll close the meeting for the day. Have a good evening.